All right, I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Saturday night. Wish it just flew here out of nowhere, right? So happy weekend to you. Hope you're doing well. I'm a little bit chilly. I'm going to wear this till I start getting spirit running. Then I'll probably shed this off because as spirit starts to flow, I start to heat up. So we'll just keep this on for this moment. So good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well. And before we get into everything, we will do as we normally do, which is take a big deep breath to ground ourselves and come into this moment. So we'll take a deep breath in. You can hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Do not pass out, don't hurt yourself. And then just a slow exhale. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl to bring in more energy as well. So if you'd like to join me, let's start by taking that big deep breath in and coming back to the now. Here we go. Beautiful. Now, I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do that, we can just imagine this beautiful love energy flowing down into us, filling us up and flowing out to the world, filling our minds and our stories, our hearts and our emotions, our physical bodies and all our cells and our organs, our blood, our joints, and then into our energetic body, into all our chakras, all the meridians that run throughout our body and our auras that emanate from our bodies. Let all fill all that up and then flow out to the world. Let it do what it wants to do out there too, to help raise the vibration of the planet. So we'll do that. I'm not sure how loud this will be because it varies each time I hit it. But if you want to think of something that you're grateful for in this moment, right here, right now, that does immediately start raising our love vibration, and it kind of magnetizes us in a way. We draw in the things that we're grateful for, more of it, bigger, faster as well. So if you want to do that, let us begin. So I love it. Gratitude. All right, here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Powerful energies today. It must be that Cancer moon that we're in right now. Ruling Cancer, of course, is ruled by the moon, so it's in the sign that it loves, and so emanates beautiful, beautiful energy. Let's put her back here on her shelf so she can watch over us. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Good to have you all here. We're back. I know I'm all bundled up. Um, yeah, we were on, for about 5 hours this morning, and I didn't finish all of the free readings this morning, but I did, capture them. So I will be once I get to free readings, I'll finish out. There was like what, 7, 8, probably 8, from this morning, and then I have a few from this evening already. So we'll jump into those, after we're done with the ones from this morning. I'm gonna try that out, see how that goes. And then, of course, June. Hey, June. Thank you for your patience and your graciousness in letting me go eat, um, and we saved 2 of yours for this evening, so you'll be up first once we get started here. But if you're new to my channel, new to these readings, welcome, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends here with huge hearts, great senses of humor. These are 2 things that I feel are very important for our adventure on this planet. So, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. Thank you guys already for all the thumbs up that you give the stream. Does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So I appreciate that. You help draw more love and more people to the channel so we can share more love. Um, if you want to know how the whole process works, all of this is down in the description box of the video. We do donations, do get priority. Free readings are 1 to 2 cards. For the donations, we do dive deeper into those, meaning we pull more cards for those. So we get into the tea, as I've been mentioning this weekend. I updated my logo to Bretta Zen Tea Factory, and that's what we're going to be looking at on there as well. And what else? What else? Oh, yeah, so the tea factory. So we dive deeper into those. You also get a fortune cookie of some sort with a donation to finish out the reading. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. So, and whatever amount you want to give from your heart is the perfect amount. I don't ask for specific amounts at this time because I know everyone's cost of living and everything across the world is different. So whatever you're able to give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can, and I'm grateful. Um, et cetera, yada yada, blah blah blah. I think that's everything. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings, name and timestamp, so that you can find your name and click on it. It goes directly to your reading if you need to leave and come back or want to come back at another time. Oh, yeah, I was trying to think of I don't know why I'm off my normal spiel, and sharing things, but I don't know. We're just gonna flow with it. But the, probably because I just ate a little while ago, and I'm in that, "Night, night, everybody." But I'll stay awake. I have coffee, and I have tea and water, so we're set. But okay, so timestamps. What was the other thing you usually talk about? My mind's like completely blank. Timestamps. Oh, the last 30 minutes. Thank you. The last 30 minutes um of my 3 hour stream. If 2.5 hours in, I have not completed any free readings. I will step out of donations and complete free readings. So we always complete some free readings every session. I did complete some in the morning session, just not all of them. That's why I'm kind of scooching some over into this session this evening. But then I'll return back to donations. I always finish donations within the session, or if I have so many to go take a break and come back, I always will finish them same day. Yeah, I think that's the main thing there. If you are interested in being in a drawing for possibly winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, your choice, here's the link. I have one every new moon and full moon. At least I have been doing it for a couple months. And I'll see if I'll continue that into the new year. I do enjoy giving away things. But we have every new moon and full moon. So it's about every 2 weeks I have uh, a giveaway for that. So it's always going to be listed in the description box of the video. The current stream will have the current drawing. And I posted the link in the chat just now. Also, all of my personal readings, both my lives and my recorded, are on sale till the end of the year, along with my Hedges of Peace and Love. So if you're interested, you can check that out, actually, even through January 1st, New Year's Day. I have it set for January 2nd for to change the prices back. We'll see if we do it, or what we decide. I'm going to sit with 2026, see what we want to do next year. We also have a free podcast, if you haven't checked it out, called The Easier Path. So if you'd like to have some ideas and hints and perspectives from spirit and from the human perspective on how we can make this an easier path instead of a harder one, check it out. This is the most recent one I just posted in the chat, but the playlist link is listed in the description box of the video, or you can go to my main channel page and it's up there, up yonder at the top. All right. All righty. I don't know why. I know why I'm silly, because I had a 6-hour session Thursday night. Last night, Friday had like over a 5-hour. This morning was 5 hours. So over the last couple days, what 16 plus hours of connecting with spirit. So I'm a little drunk on spirit. And you guys get to put up with that. So enjoy. All right. I am going to use this beautiful, continue to use this deck here. I've been using it the last couple of days, the Phantom Wise Tarot. So if you're interested, you know what the box looks like if you want to purchase it for yourself somewhere out there. We do have a beautiful white quartz heart that is also visiting us, bringing cleansing and purity of emotion. We like that. So we'll do that here, and let me just update this real quick. Stop there. There it goes. So let's do some shout outs. Let me make sure I have my list all up to date, and we will get into it. So, hey, Olivier. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Always good to see you. We have Maria M9P. I see you. So hello, hello. Let me grab your free reading here. We'll add you onto the list. And then June, of course. Hey, June. Thank you again for your patience here. You're holding on post the second reading until Spirit shares the insight. So a pre-follow-up. All right, I got you. Thanks for letting me know. So we will do that. And then we've got, I do have Gracie. Have yours on the list here. We have got Toucho Love. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And Hot Sun. Good to see you as well. And Dollface Diva. Welcome, welcome. And of course, Cat Mia. We have you as two here. Dreams that possess your body and make you paralyzed. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I'm glad you brought that up. It's a good question. We'll ask Spirit and find out what's going on with that there. All right. So I think we have everything. June is the only donation, your double donation that I have. So you'll be up first. And if I don't have any others, we'll jump into it as well. And then I'll grab Olivier and we'll grab yours really quick here too. Put it on the bottom here. Boom, boom. There we go. All right. And this I owe you too. There we go. All right. So June, let's get into it. Thanks for your patience again. I know I keep saying it, but thank you. I really do appreciate you. Feel so much more alive now that I have nourishment in my body. So here is your time stamp, your first one. And then, of course, we'll circle back around once we get some more information on whatever the question is here. So thank you again. I did have some dinner. My host, her birthday was yesterday. She had a bunch of friends over upstairs watching Conjuring 4 or something. She loves scary movies. And they ordered Chinese food, and she ordered me Chinese food. She takes such good care of me. So after I was done last night at about 11:30, she was like, "I got your Chinese food." I'm like, "Yay!" So I ate some of it last night, but I saved a lot of it for today, and it was so good, so good, so good. I like my sesame chicken. Yum, 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 yum. So we have that. Hey, Maria P. Good to see you as well. Thank you so much. I'll give you a new timestamp here now that I have blabbed around my food my food adventure this evening. Yeah, I definitely will. Thank you so much for that. Uh she does like, receiving birthday wishes, so I'll definitely do that. Alright, so let's give you a new one. 1533 is your updated timestamp here. Let's get rid of this other one here, and we will focus. I know. Come on, come on. Alright, probably because I'm channeling my she's a Sagittarius, but she also has ADHD. So squirrel is common in the house. Alright, so let's dive into your question here, Jude. So the first follow-up from the previous read, Spirit mentioned S&P living together through the breakup process. Honestly, we can't imagine a worse nightmare for both. When will S and then P move out of the home? Okay. And then a uh, couple of Mobac when things got really heated. Oh, we thought about offering S. Oh, that's right. I see what you're saying. To live with you until they found their own place. Will S end up taking us up on the offer or somewhere else? All right. We will take a look here. So, yeah, and going back to the previous reading, when they're still hanging out together, I mean, they still living in the same house, but I feel like they have a guest room or something like that, and one of them ends up sleeping in there because they don't wanna sleep next to each other, um, and I feel like they're just so busy and traveling and doing other things that they're basically almost just sleeping when they are home. They're just showing up to sleep mainly or working in I think someone has a private office, working in their office. They really and they kind of stay separate a lot already anyway, quite honestly. They spend a lot of time trying not to be in the same room with one another, um, subconsciously and consciously. So, all right, but we'll find out here, who moves out of the home, and we'll do the whens. Let's take a look here with the Learning Tarot. Let me just shuffle these real quick and get the energy flowing here. So when will S move out? And then P move out. So you think S is going to move out first, huh? There's P. Okay, and I think that's the main thing. So let's start there. We do have February 20th to March 20th is when S moves out. Yeah, right? That makes total sense to what the previous reading too, isn't it? That's a good question. No, I don't feel like they're sleeping in separate beds um, right now. It's interesting. Physically, I feel like oh, oh, for several months, yeah. Interestingly, I feel like um, someone's developing like snoring subconsciously, like their body is developing it because they know that if they do that, that they'll well, I'll go sleep in here so that I don't, disturb you. Or you're snoring, I need some rest, I'm gonna go, in this, sleep in the guest room so that I can get some rest because 'cause I'm exhausted. And it starts like, "Oh, that's where it began." But it's interesting that that's coming in. But we do have February 20th to March 20th, and then oh my gosh, that would be P. Yeah, yeah. So I feel like something's happening there. Um, and then P moving out is April 5th to April 29th. So wow. So you're right. You were on the button thinking that S moves out first and then P moves out a month after that, probably about a month after that or so. So Interesting, interesting, interesting. Um, right? That was the main thing there, and then, will they end up, uh, staying with you guys or somewhere else? Let's see here what the possibilities are. I feel like look at you guys here, and then if somewhere else, what is this or where is this someone else? It's interesting that S got the cocooning hangman for their time moving out. In the bottom of the deck, we also have the hanged man coming in here. Um, interesting, just a interesting energy because it is about transformation and uh, cocooning and doing that. So, would they be taking you up on your offer? They have the 8 of Pentacles. That feels more like because that's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and getting the reward and wheels turning. I don't feel like here that they move in with you guys. Let's see what else we have here. We've got the Page of Pentacles and the Devil card, which is work. Again, where did I see work? Oh, the 8 of Pentacles was, like, doing the work and getting the reward, and I felt work energy there, and now I get work energy with the Devil card, which is Capricorn 10th house energy, which rolls over it's the house of work, career. It's like there's this opportunity, and we got the King of Cups, balance between head and heart. There's a different situation here, and I don't know that they move out to live with someone else, because this cocooning with this hangman, it feels like they don't go into someone else's cocoon. They create their own cocooning experience. It's like they move out because they have somewhere to move to, and I feel like there's something to do with work. Closer to work, moving for work, but it feels like there's a lot of and I feel because they're traveling so much and doing so much for work, it feels like that they're like, "I don't need to go live somewhere else. I'm hardly home anyway. I can just stay in the guest room and that's fine." Because I feel like they're it's not as it's not as volatile as it used to be, and it's an interesting energy, right? But there's this balance between head and heart, and I just feel like they are looking for that for themselves. I don't feel like an energy of going somewhere else. It just feels really especially with the hangman being on both of the energies there. I'm like, "Huh, interesting." Was there anything else there? Let's get someone left or somewhere else. Vanilla place. Yeah, yeah. So I don't see any of that kind of energy. Um, so I don't. It doesn't feel like they moved anywhere else. They moved from there to their new little cocoon-like thingy here, right? Yeah, it is crazy that the time frame goes in totally with the reading of when things happen. It's just like, well, there you go. I'm kind of feeling like they might be accurate. I don't know. Um, so we'll see. Let's see. I'm going to give you one of these, the in-depth fortune cookies, the breakthrough deck again, and we'll see that while you're putting your second question. We'll see what comes in with this one because these are a little more lengthier. Very, very interesting. Yeah, this is your season, which is interesting too, because the hangman is Pisces, which, rounds out winter, 'cause March 20th is Aries, and that starts spring. So this is the season. Winter. Winter is coming. Like Game of Thrones. Uh-oh. Dun, da, 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 da. I haven't watched that in a long time. Um, yeah, they do move out the March or the February, whatever it was, February 20th or 19th to March 20th. That's when, S does move out to their own place. Um, and then P moves out. I feel like if they have a home or something, they end up selling it, or if they're leasing or renting, it almost feels like maybe that's why it's like May 1st is when the lease is up or something, you know? Oh, cheers, everybody. Yum, yum, hot coffee. But this is your season is definitely there. Let's see. Which I that's what I feel like, S is out of there by the end of uh, the end of that season there. Hey, Tim. So this is the season. Sorry, this deck does not have numbers and it's not alphabetical, so I always have to look at the in the table of contents. Oh, yeah, no problem at all. Oh, about where S was staying. Yeah, they're moving from their the home right now to their own home, to their own little cocoon, but they wanna be by themselves, and so that's when it happens, and that does happen in that period there. Yeah, because this is their season, and it says, "You're not behind, you're right on time." It's all about divine timing, trusting the process, alignment, self-compassion, patience, and personal rhythm. And the message says, "You haven't missed your moment. You're not too late. The timeline your mind made up is not the one your soul is following. This is your season, not because everything is perfect, but because everything is aligned for exactly where you are meant to be right now. Growth doesn't always look like fireworks. Sometimes it looks like stillness, preparation, or unseen shifts. But trust, things are unfolding in your favor, even if you can't see the full picture yet. Stop comparing your pace to someone else's. Their spring isn't your winter. Your timeline isn't meant to match theirs. You're not behind, you're becoming. That's funny, um, because really I think their spring, um, like S's winter is, well, you know what they're trying to say there, right? Because it's funny because the winter season is when S is leaving, and then the spring season is when P is beginning their adventure and their journey. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Sonia. Good to see you. Welcome back. Um, so the guidance says this card shows up when impatience or comparison has crept in. Maybe you feel like you should be further along or like everyone else is moving faster. But your soul doesn't measure success in speed, it measures it in truth, alignment, and integrity. Very interesting. Every delay, detour, and pause has purpose. There we go. Right. Your only job is to keep showing up for the moment that you're in because it's leading you exactly where you need to go. Every delay, detour, and pause has purpose. Your only job is to keep showing up for the moment you're in because it's leading you exactly where you need to go. I like that. Um, the journaling prompts are: where am I putting pressure on myself to be further ahead? What if I trusted that my timing was divine, not delayed? And then, how have I already grown in ways I once prayed for? It's interesting since we're all talking about time, right? The grounding practice is timeline release. Take a deep breath and write down every should you've been carrying, where you think you should be, what you should have achieved, how fast it should be happening. Then cross out each one in its place, right? I trust my season. I trust my pace. And the affirmation is: I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. My journey is unfolding on time and in alignment. And then the last action step for that energy of them is: let go of rushing. Take one aligned action today that honors your current season, not who you think you should be, but who you truly are right now. Trust the timing. You're not late. You're blooming. Wow. I love it. I just love these cards that come out for them. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, absolutely. You can just ask one question. Absolutely. You can always just ask one. Unless I'm ever starving to death and I need everyone to make tons of donations, then I'll let you know. I doubt that's ever going to happen. uh, too funny. All right. So that's what they have for the first one there, June. I'm sure you're typing your second one here. And then thank you, Sonia. We will put you on the donation list. We have one more for June, and then you'll be up. So if you want to put your question out there as well, and I think that is it for the donation so far. And then we'll jump into some free readings. Let me take a quick sip here. My warm, hot coffee. Whoosh, I love it. Nice and hot. All right. Yeah, don't worry. Sonia hasn't posted theirs there, so you guys can take your time. Oh, I just had one come through PayPal as well. Hey, Faith and Love, welcome back. All right, yes, Maria. Thank you, Maria P. I see yours via the PayPal. So, what we'll do here, we'll just do it a little out of order here. Let me just, by the time I put all this, one of you guys will post yours, of course. All right, there we go. So I'm gonna jump to Maria P first here, next anyway, since I have her question. So we'll do that, and then once I see either June or Sonia, I'll jump to your guys's. Okay, Sonia will be next, unless June yours is, and then I'll jump to you, and then Sonia, etc. You guys get it. All right. So Maria, I posted yours. Yes, I did. Thank you for this donation. Hope you're staying warm. I am trying to stay warm. It's like 59 degrees down here. Hey, Debbie. Oh, good to see you. I was thinking about you today. I know, just out of the blue. I was like, I wonder how you are. I sent you some love today. All right, Maria. Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. So let's look at here. We got the thinking. We have the feelings. All right. And then what's coming towards you guys next week? Okay. 1, 2, and 3. It's funny, these are matted finished cards, they're not, like, slippery, and, like, as I'm doing it, it sounds weird, it sounds different. It's like when someone walks with jeans or pants, nylon pants. Alright. So what's coming and then he's been asking about Jeff. Aha! 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 Why? Why? We'll find out here. Okay. And then dark side updates is that one. What was this one? Was Hip today after your date. And he seems very stressed out. Anything you should know. All right. All right. I think we have just that. All right. So we've got Wally's thoughts. The high priestess, they were very reflective today, like this afternoon into the evening. That's their mind gone up, trying to see things from a different perspective, trying to gain clarity around things. So they're in a big reflective state of energy. Not anything negative, just more trying to understand and see things from, getting away from the, you know, when you're down in it, it's hard to see things. When you get up and see it from a kind of stepping back, it helps you see things. So they kind of just did this. Let me just kind of step back and look at what's going on. And it's a positive energy. The emotions we have, yep, the Empress, a lot of mother nature, mother nurturing, that the sensuality, the seeing that um, beautiful. And I feel like that's kind of what the heart sees, like, because the Empress is like the culmination of all 4 queens. And so they see you as they were looking at all the aspects of your mind and your heart and your body and your energy and just, sitting in that in a wonderful way. So I just feel like it felt very almost like a thankful gratitude kind of thing of just looking at how lucky they are and how grateful they are is the kind of energy I feel like this afternoon. What's coming towards you guys next week? 3, I feel like 3 things. You have 1, the Hanged Man, guys just kinda hanging out. Neptune does go into Pisces direct next week, the 9th. So whatever the 9th is really standing out to me with that card there because that is Neptune, Pisces energy. So I feel like there's just some cocooning together on that day. Um, and then you have another Ace of Pentacles another day. This is like a doing something, going somewhere out in the physical world that you haven't gone to before. So it feels like there is some sort of trip, a road, not a road trip like leaving town, but like going somewhere physically out in the outside world together next week with that. It feels something new, somewhere new. And then you have the 4 of Cups, which is an emotional stability. This tree is really standing out to me, and even though this is an emotional energy, I kind of feel like you guys go somewhere to talk. It's like where there's trees, like a park or somewhere, and I feel like you guys just go hang out outside and enjoy something in the outside world out there. Um, so I feel like three things for next week. Um, he's been asking about Jeff. Oh yeah, I want to know what this is about. Yeah, the 5 of Cups. So this lower vibrational sorrow energy and the King of Swords. Yeah, in their head a lot here. Um, thinking about again, usually they get the 5 of Pentacles, which is that fear of abandonment, being left out in the cold. But I feel that's kind of connected through the 5 of Cups. They're in that emotion of I wouldn't say insecurity, but there is that energy of, you know, wondering, well, how do you feel about them? Um, and I feel like that's kind of what they're just wanting because I feel like that is someone they've known about before. And, um, and I just feel like that might be one of the people that they were worried about that you might leave them for, but it's interesting that you were talking to them. Does he have something on your phone? Was he watching you? No, and gets you all paranoid. "What? No!" But, I feel like you talked to I feel like you've talked about it before, because I don't feel like you don't hide anything. So, but I feel like that's what it's their insecurities. Dark side updates, you do have the 9 of swords. Yep, a lot of nightmare and insomnia. Yay! It's just to make you feel good. Nothing to worry about there. It's a nightmare over there. A lot of expectations, a lot of disappointment, a lot of supposed to be and should be and need to be meh, 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 and so, um, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare on the dark side. What was he up to after you guys' date here? The Ace of Cups. Really focusing on themselves, their heart, their emotions, and I guess this goes back to, what we're talking about in the beginning of, um, you know, kind of reflecting on how lucky they are, and their heart felt full, and so I feel like they were just kinda going, "How lucky am I? Let me count the ways." And so I feel like that's what they were doing after the date there. In fact, I feel like he kinda went somewhere and just sat for a minute, got away from everything, even if it was, like, sitting in a park in the car with a cup of joe, to go, where they're just sitting there thinking about things and having this space of basking in things, which is interesting. And then he seems very stressed out. Anything you should know? Let's see here. So we've got, yep, the Lover's card and the Two of Cups. So, this is that relationship energy here. It's the power of choice energy, of especially around emotional power of choice that, um, they're just learning here. I don't feel like there's anything to do with, even though these are both relationship cards, it's like it has nothing to do with the relationships, and that's kind of the whole thing is, I think it's about our relationship some way, somehow, and you're like, "No, this is about their learning their power of emotional choice." And as we talked earlier, I think it was in the earlier reading, they're bringing back to me, that when you look at their stress and go, "Oh, no," that creates stress in you, right? And you grow your stress. If you look at it going, they're learning, they're growing. That's what this is growing pains. Their stress is growing pains, and that's alright. That's their journey, and that's their adventure. Um, unless someone has reached, like, this inner enlightenment, then, I like this, stress is a part of our adventures as humans that help us, the growing pains that help us grow to a place where we release expectations and we're sick and tired of the fears. It's like the 9 of swords, is I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations. The 10 of swords is like, I'm done. I'm just not going to try to do and be what everyone else wants me to be. And that's where all this is coming in here. Of course, we have the 9 of swords for the dark side over there and work. There's just a lot of um a lot of fear of failure at work, which they don't need to. They just have such a high standard for themselves, and just in the career that they're in. uh, it's stressful enough, but I feel like there's just extra drama right now during the holiday, coming up with Christmas breaks and different things, and they just have so much on their plate. And then they're wanting to get out of that stressful environment, um, and wanting this nudge and desire to want to be out so they could be more with you and out of that scenario that they're in. It's just all kind of combined, and it's okay. Things will transform for them. They're a big boy, they can handle it. All right. Your fortune cookie is fear means you're growing. Shut up. Shut up. Stress means you're growing. Fear means you're growing. So there you go. You just can't make it up. I'm just saying, you know. Oh, too funny. Okay, let's find that here. So the core message is discomfort is proof you're expanding. So just, spirits going, like we were saying, Brother Zen is telling the truth. He wasn't making it up. He is channeling our message. I'm glad. I'm like, I appreciate when they validate. Do you see how excited I get when they validate their messages? Anyway, growth edges, emotional bravery, expansion, self evolution, reframing fear, and inner breakthroughs. So, stress is good. The message is that tight feeling in your chest, the nerves, the second guessing, the voice that says, "What if I fail?" Those aren't signs to stop. They're signs that you're stepping outside the limits of who you've been into the truth of who you're becoming. Fear doesn't mean you're on the wrong path, it often means you're on the right one. You're stretching, shifting, claiming more for yourself than ever before. And yes, it feels scary. That's because you're growing. This card's a powerful reframe. Fear is not the enemy, it's a companion on the path of becoming. You don't need to eliminate it, you need to listen to what it's trying to teach you. The guidance, and that's towards him or towards you if you're feeling fear as well. Um, but your guidance says, when fear shows up, it's often because you're doing something brave, vulnerable, or new. Instead of backing away, lean in. Ask, what part of me is being invited to rise? What version of me is ready to emerge? Discomfort is sacred ground. It means you're shedding the old and making space for expansion. You don't have to feel fearless to move forward. You just have to be willing. Wow. Journaling prompts. What fear has been coming up for me lately? And what is it revealing about what I value? Where have I mistaken fear? Sorry, hold on. Pages are sticking. Okay. Where have I mistaken fear for a stop sign when it's actually a green light? And what does my fear say about the size of my dreams? There's an embodying exercise called Face the Flame. So close your eyes and picture your fear as a flickering flame in front of you. Rather than avoiding it, step closer. Feel its warmth. Let it light the space, not burn it down. Say out loud, thank you for showing me where I'm growing. Your affirmation is my fear is not a block, it's a bridge. I welcome growth even when it feels uncomfortable. And then your final action step says choose one thing you've been avoiding out of fear and take a tiny step forward toward it today. Send the message, speak the truth, say yes to the next level. Let fear be fuel, not offense. Let fear be fuel, not offense. I love that. But you can't make it up. I just love that. So don't have to worry about their stress and their fear. They're growing, and yours as well. So I like that. That's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Right. So hey, Tim, what does Spirit wish you would work on for your own? Let me be like, okay, very good. I'll add you to the free list here. And let's see here. And then Sonia, I do see your questions, so we'll jump there. And then we have Debbie O. Oh, you needed it. Oh, I'm so glad. Debbie. Right, and I think that's it that has come in since then. All right, and then I don't see June's, so we will go to Sonia. You'll be up next here. Here is your time stamp. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you for the little rainbow sticker. And your question is, dear Bretta, you told me I will meet a new person as my future partner, and he will, yeah, be creative person. Creativity can be in everything architecture design. Then he can be an artist in any sector. Yes. Yeah, that can be. I can try to see if they'll narrow it down here for us. It did feel as if it was more of the kind of sector that is more kind of cliche-ish, the creative kind of, area, but let's see if we can what else they'll tell us here, and if they'll give us anything else too. But if you just wanted that particular question, we'll just dive in here too. Yeah, it's interesting. We've got the bottom of the deck is the Justice card, but what's interesting is I'm getting Statue of Liberty, of all things, for this, which is a statue. Duh. Sometimes you guys get to see the light bulb go off in Bretta Zen. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm getting the Statue of Liberty. How would that be creative?" Um, like, people who make statues, that's creative. Let's see what else they have here. We do have the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, we got that before that they're slow moving, right? So they're like, "Yeah, we told you that already." They're patient. Oh, and that makes sense too, why they're a patient person, because it can take a long time to create like a masterpiece of sculpture or painting or something. It can take a long time to get it exactly right. They have to be patient, otherwise, right? Or it gets messed up, and if they rush, then it's not artistic, it's not an expression, it's trying to be productive instead of being creative, right? It could be, but this feels, yeah, the emotional energy. Didn't we get the moon energy? We did get that before, right? Scorpio. Oh my god, 2 of the cards that we got in the first reading are coming up. They're like, "Well, what we said." But it feels more emotional because creative people are known for being very emotional people, right? Or emotional people with huge empathic or huge hearts, huge emotions, because they're called moody artists, right? But they're able to express their emotions as well. So it does feel like the true artistry kind of energy that's coming in. Let's see, they got 2 more cards here too. Yeah, we got the devil. So it is their work. The creativity is their work with the devil card. We didn't get that too, did we? I don't know. And the 5 of pentacles. Oh, wow. Normally this is, um, this, is normally about lack and blah, 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 but stained glass windows in churches, again, Michelangelo, you know? So I feel like, they're not a starving artist. You're like, "Thank God." I feel like they do big things. Churches and Statue of Liberty, those are not little projects. They do big projects, big creative projects. Now, it doesn't mean that they're not like, architecture could also be involved in this, but I don't feel like they're limited either, because I feel like they like to express it in a variety of different ways as well, with all of that. So hopefully that helps. But, I do like that, that they are well off, so I feel like they do multiple different types of things, um, and they might even, like I don't know if they would own a gallery or, I just feel like they've got their hands in the creative places. In New York, and that's the other thing I was gonna say, thank you, Spirit, that brought it back about the Statue of Liberty is in, of course, the, Bay of New York City. And New York City is known for, being artistic in that too. Oh, an architect could build a futuristic church, right? Um, did we get was it your reading we got Ace of Cups, Ace of Swords? So, because I feel like was it you that we were asking if it was someone you knew already or didn't? I feel like we got the aces for you. Yeah, I feel like we did. So I don't if you know of them, but you don't know them, then that would count. But this is someone you don't even know yet. Maybe you meet them through them. They might be a friend of a friend, you just never know. Alright, let's see what else they have here for your fortune cookie here. See if they'll bring us anything else. Ah, okay. You just don't know. Could be. Yeah, I like it. You've survived worse. The stormy seas. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, the core message is that you're stronger than any storm that you have faced. This is about resilience and inner strength, perspective, overcoming adversity, emotional endurance, and self remembrance. The message is look at you, still standing, still breathing, still becoming. You've made it through things that once felt impossible. So, this card is a mirror reflecting back the truth you may have forgotten. You're stronger than you think. Whatever you're facing now, it may feel heavy, unfamiliar, or overwhelming, but it's not your first storm, or like they say, it's not your first rodeo. And it won't break you. You carry the memory of survival in your bones. Let that memory remind you you've done hard things before and you can do them again. This time, you're even wiser, even tougher, even more equipped. Your guidance is when this card appears, it's often because fear or doubt has clouded your confidence. You might be wondering if you can really handle what's ahead. But this is not your breaking point, it's your proving ground. Every challenge has added to your strength, not subtracted from it. You've walked through darkness and still found your way to the light. So this moment is no different. Trust in your capacity to rise. Your journaling prompts: what have I already overcome that I once thought I wouldn't survive? How did those past challenges shape the strength I have today? And what part of me needs to be reminded that I'm capable? You have a resilience practice called Strength Inventory. It says, make a list of your hardest moments, the heartbreaks, the losses, the setbacks. Then, next to each one, write down how you got through it, what you learned, or how you became because of it. Let that list be living proof of your power. Wow. Your affirmation: I'm a survivor and a warrior. I have risen before and I will rise again. And your last action step says reach out to someone who reminds you of your strength or become that reminder for yourself. Revisit a past win, reread an old journal entry, or speak your story out loud. Let your resilience be louder than your fear today. Wow. I love that. So that's what they have. You have survived worse. You're like, that's right. I got this. I always like the reminder that we have overcome 100% of any challenge we ever had, or we'd be dead right now. so, so there we go. So cheers. I'm gonna take a sip of my hot coffee here. All right. So, thank you again for your donation. That's what they have there for you. All right. Let me just make sure here. So, June, if you are still here, maybe someone kidnapped you. I don't see your additional question yet. So, as soon as you post it, we will jump to you. Hey, Delcy, the messages, they are so amazing this weekend. I'm just like, wow. They just feel like juicier. Maybe it's because of the Cancer moon, but, they just feel so much more there. And we got Sarika. Hey, dear. Hello, good to see you. You're very welcome, Sonia. All right. So, what we'll do here, just for the sake of time, I don't have any other donations, right? I just wanna make sure. Um, I'll jump into some free readings. So we've got these are the ones from earlier this morning. So I've got Delcy Joy. Hey, Delcy, I just said hello to you. So you are up. Here is your free reading from this morning. You want to know, oh my gosh, and you were wondering, is your wallet really lost, or have you simply misplaced it and you'll find it soon? All right, let's take a look here. See what we have here for that. So sorry you waited that long to hear this too. You know, it's you've got the 5 of cups here, and, there's this, and the Knight of Pentacles, which is the quest the quest for the wallet, right? The quest for the coin. With this 5 of cups, it is a sorrow, it is a loss energy. So I do feel like your wallet is lost, because the Knight of Pentacles, it's a slow moving knight, and I feel like there's a little bit of an energy of here of that you will eventually find it, but I feel like it's gonna be empty and you're gonna just find the wallet itself, and it'd be like thrown in between something, like someone took it and took everything from it and threw the rest, kind of thing. And I'm sorry, I know that's ugly when that happens, but it does feel with the 5 of cups being a card of sorrow and loss, I do really feel like it's lost. It doesn't feel misplaced. And the Knight of Pentacles feels like the search would be a long one and it would take forever. And by the time you find it, um, it'll have been a long time. So I feel like doing all the replacement of any credit cards and all that fun stuff and IDs, if there was anything, it's like, yep, just need to go through it. It's for you for some reason. It's keeping you from something or putting you in other people's paths, something, but, I know that sucks, I know. There's a story of that it sucks that I experienced, so I can resonate with that if you want. But also, there's some good awareness that comes from it, um, about what to do, what not to do, and to keep it's sometimes we'll have, like, if I lose it, then I'm gonna pay much more attention to it in the future, and in the future, there's something really irreplaceable or large amount of money or something in it, where if it would get lost, it would be really, really impactful, and so I feel like it's a learning for you kind of energy. So, hopefully that makes sense. Alright, so many blessings to you. We have Sarika sending love from India. Thank you so much. We're receiving it and we're multiplying love back to you too in all of India. I have a lot of followers in India and I had past lives in India. I know I have a special connection. I used to work with a lot of uh, people from India in my when I was a supervisor manager in IT for a while, and I loved all the celebrations we would do, and I just love their there's just something, I have a connection with it too, so but I feel like I've lived everywhere. I must have died a lot in my lifetimes because I feel like I've lived everywhere in the world. All right. So, faith and love, you are up next. Let's continue on. Let's not talk about Brother Zen's past lives. All right. So, faith and love, here is your timestamps here. So, you have a follow up. I have a follow up to my engagement question. Looking forward to that Aquarius season engagement. Will C move closer to you? All right. Let's take a look here. So, will they move closer? Okay. That one. What else? Yeah, well, we got the Ace of Pentacles. So there is a new location. There we go. I think that's a yes. What is this other one? Yep, the Eight of Swords, which is a movement energy, kind of like the Six of Swords. But that is this energy of, um, you know, letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that keep me blinded, restricted, small, and trapped. It's a flow energy. So I like that with here with the Ace of Pentacles coming in. It might take a little bit of time. That eight is really standing out. Um, that's coming in. Oh my gosh, as I'm saying that and um, shuffling the cards, I get the Eight of Pentacles. So the eight is really standing out. It's actually literally falling out of the deck. And so I feel like August is relocation. And I feel like it has to do with work and it has to do with release from leases and getting out of things. So I feel like the official move would happen in like August. And I don't know if there is a moving somewhere for work as well. Um, Possibilities that are out here too is that you would relocate. You both would relocate for work somewhere. Because this Ace of Pentacles is like as soon as I saw that, it was like a new place, a new location, but it didn't feel like necessarily just them moving to yours. It might be like you both moving somewhere. Um, but I feel like with that Eight of Pentacles, the work energy really comes in as well. So if that resonates, but that's what's coming in right now, faith and love. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. All right. So many blessings to you. Then we've got Wendy Mosiro, if I'm even saying that anywhere close. My apologies for probably murdering the pronunciation there. So there we go. Anyone to do, does Spirit have a message for you? Let's take a look here. What else? Spirit always has messages for it, right? They love talking to us. If we'll just listen, that's the important thing, right? So you do have the Judgment card and the Eight of Cups coming in here. The Eight of Cups is about literally walking away from emotions and relationships, people that don't serve you anymore, heading in a different direction. And the Judgment card is a card of your higher self calling you somewhere else. So it's like you're being drawn away. In fact, let's see if I can do this right. Here we go. We'll put it like this. Like this is your higher self calling you somewhere else. Um, and that's the kind of energy that I feel coming in there. Yeah, because it can even looks like the stairs continue behind them in a way. I know it's like they're some sort of thing on the wall, but, so I do feel like if you've been feeling this pull to end a friendship, a relationship, anything like that, then, um, we do it is like a verification or, validation, I guess, that it is you're being drawn. It's not you're trying to run away from something, you're being pulled somewhere else, and so it's time to really evaluate where you're investing your emotional energy in friendships, relationships, whether it is friends or family or whoever, and it's like, "All right, I'm, ready to let go." of that because I give 70, 80, 90% and they only give 10, 20, 30%. I'm the one keeping this alive and it's time to unplug and see if the relationship continues to live. I know that sounds kind of dark, but so time to unplug and say, let's see if it breathes on its own. If the relationship doesn't breathe on its own, it'll drift apart and then it means it's time for the ending. But I do feel like it is time and you are being drawn away. So whatever that resonates for you, that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Thank you. All right. And Gracie, I do have you on the free list already. I'll update your question. It looks like yours is a little different, little more specific. We'll just replace it here. I won't take you out of line or anything. This is what does Liam think of me? How does he see me? All right. So I'll do that. You're still a ways away on the free list. So we'll get to that eventually here. All right. You're welcome. All right, and then we have MM28-5. You are up. Again, these are the ones from this morning that I didn't finish, so I wanted to finish those up first. I was so hungry that I needed to go. So what is DJ the physician doing this weekend? Ooh, I know, right? The physician. All right. Should get 3 cards for there. It's funny, I keep on every time I read DJ, I'm like, he's a DJ during the week, and on the weekend I mean, he's a physician during the week, but on the weekend, he is a DJ. He's the the physician DJ. Does he play music? He has a side hustle? Well, we got the 10 of Pentacles, so there's this abundance energy here. We've got the Ace of Wands, and we have the Fool card coming in here. No, the Fool card is like an ending, new beginning energy. The Ace of Wands is a new beginning energy or a new project kind of energy. And I feel like with the 10 of Pentacles, this has to do with their physical world. Like, and I do feel like it's like their home. I feel like they're starting some sort of project really during the holiday. Yeah, they're like, yeah, I'm trying to get this, taken care of and get this squared away, right? So, I do like this, kind of like I wanna remodel something. I want to do something, um, and get it all completed by the time I have my Christmas party or, it's that kind of thing. They're like, "Okay, you know what? I'm gonna redo the kitchen or redo the bathroom," you know? It just is that kind of energy. It has something to do with home improvements, and it's like that's their focus this weekend is, um, planning and getting it going and getting it completed because 'cause they're like, "I got time. I got time to do this." So, it's interesting. So, um so I feel like is their focus. They're kind of almost feel a little bit homebodied, like they're ready just to be away from things. I feel like they had a busy week, um, being a physician, and um, and they're ready just to be away from people and just be on a project. And that's the kind of energy that comes in. So that's what they have for you, MM. All right, I need to have another donation come in, so we'll grab that here. Thank you, Sarika, for your donation. Appreciate that. Let me jump up here. All right, so your timestamp is 11428. So here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. All right, and you want to know, please check whether Kay and your relationship is ended. Okay, let's take a look here and see what we have here. Let's just get these a good shuffle. Just kind of purge all the energy and we'll rebooting the energy. Aligning with yours. All right, here we go. So, based on current energies, is that relationship ended here? Okay, well, let's just look at that one. We have the Queen of Wands. It doesn't feel like it has ended yet with the Queen of Wands, because that's Wands is a card or a suit of possibilities. And with the Queen of Wands, that means, well, it depends, and whatever the Queen of Wands being representing your energy is that you get to choose what you do, right? Yeah, we'll take a look here. Because it's about what you focus on. So if like I focus on what's missing, what's lacking, um, my fears of things won't, reconcile or come back together, whatever, I actually resist any kind of reunion, any kind of progression, and I actually push it further away. When I change my energy to be open and receiving, which is coming to this moment, taking a lot of deep breaths, right? And focusing on what I am grateful for in my life today, getting into that higher vibrational energy, and then thinking about them and going, what do I love about them? What am I grateful for them? What about them am I grateful for? And so I think about that and I express gratitude to the creator about, I love this about them. So grateful. This is the type, like I had that situation, that experience with them. This is what I love about who they are. And then that opens us up to draw it in, right? Whereas if I focus in on that dirty blah, 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 I get more of that. And as they say, it's like going into a pastry shop and pointing out all the pastries that you hate, you get a box of that. But if you go in and point out all the things you love, then that gets drawn in. And the amazing thing with that is that if all the things you love and all the things you're grateful for, if their energy doesn't match up to that, they will fall away. But the good news is that someone that matches that energy gets brought in. So it's like it's a win-win, right? Because if it's them and they match up to our energies, they will return. If they don't, then that's a favor. Thank you for leaving and not coming back, because now you left the space for someone to come in that matches that. That which I love, that which aligns with who I am, right? Well, we'll double check here though and see if will he come back based on current energies. And if it says yes or anything like that, we'll pick some whens based on current energy too. So is there a return for reconciliation here? What else do we need to know here? This one and this one. All right. Sorry, let me just click out of this thing over here. All right. Sorry, let me just get these all lined up here. We've got the 10 of swords on the bottom of the deck when I'm asking, will he come back, right? Which that's an ending and beginning energy. It's letting the expectations go. And on the bottom, underneath that, we do have the hermit energy that comes in here. Oh, nice. And you didn't show your hate for him. You showed your the pain you have around their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. So you were your fears, your expectations, your disappointments, right? That's what creates the rah, right? But that's the whole thing here, and you have the 6 of cups underneath all of that, which is them returning back here. So, you know, I feel like they get it in the heat of the moment. When we argue, when we express things like that, when every moment is either an expression of love or a cry out for it, right? And when we feel unsafe or out of control, if our inner child feels unsafe or out of control, then it goes into its. I love that someone had said, whenever we get triggered, we go back whenever any of our inner traumas get triggered, we act the age of when the trauma happened, which most of it's 7 years old and younger, so we end up acting like children, and we our intelligent, loving, compassionate adult self gets booted out of our control center, and a little two-year-old and its pet hissing cat are left in charge, and they hiss and attack, or hiss and run away, or hiss and attack and then run away. And so if they went away after the argument, that's the flight in fight or flight. You guys had the fight, but then there's also the fleeing away. And once we feel safe again, then there's a return. And um, but I feel like getting to the root of what's below the surface, where were your triggers, right? If we think you made me feel this way, not the relationship isn't gonna work if we blame other people for our reactions. Our reactions happen inside of us. That's for me to own, for me to question and go, "What expectations did I have that weren't being fulfilled? What was I trying to fix? What was I trying to control?" And then we come back here, right? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, but it's a good Um, awareness, every relationship happens for us, even though we have heartbreak through many of those, what feels like heartbreak. But heartbreak is actually the feeling of heartbreak is actually not our heart breaking. Our heart is too powerful to break, but it's our heart, the pinch in our heart, the prick in our heart is us going into fear. And when we understand that, this feeling in my heart isn't caused by their actions, it's caused about my belief around those actions, what that means about me, and that's a big eye opener. I was in my first 3 relationships, well, not my 3rd one. Out of my first 4 relationships, 1, 2, and 4 went outside the relationship, and heartbreak talk about the first one hurt the worst, afterwards, it just starts to get like, people, but it all was pointing me back to my belief about my own worth. Everyone's a mirror showing me what I wanna see about myself, and for me, being cheated on, or feeling betrayed, that energy of betrayal, right, tells us, at least what I learned, was, I was cheating on myself with everyone else because self-worth comes from inward and upward to ourself, but I was looking for my worth outside of me, so I was going outside this relationship for my worth, so I was cheating on myself with them. And when I heard that, I just sat it just took me a while to let it sink in, but I was like, "Wow." In fact, if you listen to my podcast, if you look at the playlist in the description box, or if you go to my main page on my YouTube channel, at the top is the playlist, The Easier Path. I think it's the second one is when I talk about, why do people cheat and um, a lot like of the first 3, I think. I'm only up to number 5, but I feel like all of them are about relationship, both romantic and other humans. So if you're interested, you can check those out. They give a lot of tools and perspectives and things. But a lot of this, there is this return. Um, in order for someone to return from the past and for it to work, we really have to look at expectations because expectations are what suck the life out of a relationship. Because what we do, we get this long list of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's as we're growing up about how everything is supposed to work. And then when it doesn't work out that way, we get disappointed. We start focusing in on that list of, are they doing this? Yeah. Are they doing that? No. Are they doing that? Yeah. Yeah. Becomes a list of not what gratitude for what someone is doing. A focus in on what they're not doing. And as we focus in on what someone's not doing, what happens with our energy? It grows that. It grows more of not happening. In a relationship, if we enter in, and sometimes it's good to let an old relationship go and start fresh, uh, you know? So because then you can start fresh and not have to try to feel like you have to make up or have all that leftover stuff that you bring up when you get in an argument. You have all that ammo that just sits there ready to go. Well, you remember when you blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, but if we start a new relationship with someone, or we can always try an older one if we both want to work at it. But if we focus in on what we're grateful for in a relationship, like who that person is, what they're bringing to the relationship, what the relationship is bringing, what I'm bringing into the relationship, then the relationship grows. When we focus on what's not happening, it constricts and shrinks. And that happens with anything that we focus on, like work. If I focus on what I love, it grows. If I focus on what I hate, that grows and then the you know shrinks as well. So I feel like it's important to know that there is growth that happens through all this. And let's see what else we have here. Yeah, and then you got the devil card, which is about letting go of our long held thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that come in here. So it's really looking at what are these expectations and why do I feel they exist, and clearing those away. You have the Two of Wands and the Ace of Cups. It's kind of reiterating what you talked about with the Queen of Wands, that whatever you focus on grows and expands. But the big thing with the Ace of Cups, too, is every relationship of the outside world is a reflection of our self love, because we can't love someone more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from anyone else more than the love we have for ourselves. And again, like we said, everyone's a mirror. So, like, I had like 5 longish term relationships that lasted anywhere between 1 and 3 years, and one of the things I realized in post-game review of all of those was, there was a book, it said, "What are you looking for in someone?" And I'm like, after feeling disrespected by them going outside and then my other 2 relationships, I felt disrespected in other ways. And I said, "Well, what I'm looking for is someone that will respect me, that there's this mutual respect." And then I read further on and it said, "What you're looking for in someone else, you need to find in yourself." And I do share that that book went flying across the room until for a moment, and then I realized they're right because I was disrespecting myself. I wasn't respecting myself. How could I expect someone else to respect me if I didn't respect me? How can I expect someone else to love me if I didn't love me? You know? And so what I'm looking for out there, got to find it here first, right? So that's that message of those. And then you have, yeah, the Three of Cups and the Six of Swords. This is about third party, individuals here. So that situation, when we can change the mindset with the Six of Swords. That's Six of Swords is leaving old ways of thinking behind, old stories attached to third party situations, and then change it. That's what I did. And we talk about that in the podcast too, about changing the story. And like in this case, they're reminding me of this reality TV show where um, I think it was like a house where they had women and men, and they were who's going to hook up with who and be with whoever kind of thing. I don't watch reality TV. Trash TV, as my host calls it. I'm like, so it was like just a blip from it. So I don't know the whole story behind it, but they were interviewing one of the like all the women were on the couches, and they asked one, "How do you feel about so and so stealing your man?" And she said, first of all, they did not steal my man; they stole my problem. Now my problem has not become your problem." And I like that, the change of the story, and she changed it right there, and it's a powerful way to look at things is, "No, this didn't happen to me, this happened for me. It's showing me what I wanna see about myself, and then I'm freed from this, and I'll never draw it to me again." So, I like that. And then you have the Eight of Pentacles with the Moon card. And this is just telling you that there is some stuff in the subconscious, some emotions way below the surface that can be worked on, and it's worth it. The Eight of Pentacles says, if you do the blood, the sweat, the tears, it's so worth it. The freeing yourself from those emotions that are bubbling down in the subconscious. It's usually something, some betrayal, some feeling of abandonment that you experienced 7 years old and younger that's just been rippling out. And this interaction you had with this individual is just a ripple from something that you experienced a long time ago coming to the surface so that you can be freed from it because it's still impacting you on autopilot in your subconscious. It's like having something minimized on your computer and you're like, why is this thing running so slow? Because this program's running behind the scenes and it's impacting your life. So it's like, yeah, it might be scary to face it, but it's gonna feel so good after we're done with that too. Yeah, I know, right? And I learned that, like, right away, like, I overcame it in 10 seconds. I did not. It took me a while to work through it, so, but it's freeing and it is worth it. Let's see what your and you have your breakthrough is coming, is, where your fortune cookie is coming from here. Yeah, get out of your head. Free yourself from the cage of your mindsets, right? That's like that Capricorn energy, everything we talked about here, um, because that's what happens. All those thoughts and beliefs and mindsets are what cage us, make us feel trapped and restricted and small. So let's see what this brings in here for you. Just gonna take a quick sip here while I look see what page this is on here. Oh, here it is. Turn that down. Page 66, power number. So your core message says overthinking is just fear in disguise. Your key themes are mental clarity, fear based thinking, inner peace, taking action, trust, and emotional awareness. Kind of everything we talked about. Your message says your thoughts are spinning, looping, analyzing every angle. And yet, the clarity you seek won't come from thinking harder. Overthinking is often fear in a clever costume, convincing you that hesitation is safety. But in truth, it's keeping you stuck. This card is a call to interrupt the mental noise and drop back into your body, your breath, your inner truth. Your mind is a tool, not the master. When it starts running the show with fear, doubt, or endless what ifs, it's time to pause and realign. You don't need more thinking, you need more trusting. Your guidance says you may be caught in indecision, spiraling through imagined outcomes of overanalyzing every detail. This card invites you to get grounded, reconnect with your intuition, and take imperfect action. Your answers aren't in the mental fog, they live in stillness, in movement, in your deeper knowing. Your next step doesn't need to be flawless, it just needs to be felt. Your journaling prompts are, what fear is driving my overthinking right now? If I dropped the need for certainty, what would I choose? What does my body know that my mind is trying to overrule? A grounding practice is called a breath break. It says sit quietly. Yeah, this is called box breathing because it's you inhale for 4 counts. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in, you hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold for 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you repeat that 3 times. So it's like box breathing. In for 4, hold for 4, breathe out for 4, hold for 4, breathe in for 4, hold for 4, and just do that. And then place your hand on your heart and ask, What do I know beneath the noise? And then listen to what rises. Let that be your compass today. Your affirmation is my thoughts do not control me. I release fear and return to trust. And for me, that trust is I can trust the creator, right? I can trust that they're on my side, that they love me eternally and unconditionally, and that life happens for me because why wouldn't it? Life always happens for us. If life doesn't happen for us, why do we think we're so special that life wouldn't happen for us? And instead that it's happening to us because from creator's standpoint, we see that. That's the capital T truth. And then your final action step says take one small action today that bypasses the spiral. Make the decision, send the message, move your body. Trust that momentum creates clarity. You don't need to figure it all out. You just need to take the next aligned step. So I like that. Don't worry about figuring everything out. Just what's the next step, right? So I'm so glad that brought you some positivity. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. And let me make sure here. So June, if you're in the house, I don't think not my house. If you are, hey. um Just wanna make sure I didn't miss it anywhere. No, I did not. So, I don't see June's second question, so we'll continue on here. We've got Naya, hey, Blazing Maze. Oh, and I didn't give your love and a like here to you, Sarika. I'm so sorry. And then I also give one here to Blaze or Naya. So there you go. Thank you for your donation. Let's grab your timestamp here first. So, Naya, here is your timestamp. There we go. And you want to know where does the relationship between you and Varun stand? What he feels for you, and why is he not contacting you? What is going on with him? We'll take a look here. Oh, always fun. These humans, I swear. It's not just men. I hear it from everywhere. We're all so unpredictable. My goodness. Let me take a quick sip here. So, cheers to you. We'll dive in. All right. So, where does your guys' relationship stand right now? We'll step into that energy. So, current energy of the relationship and the underlying energy. All right. And then, what does he feel for you? Okay. And then the other one was, why is he not contacting? I feel like all this is related here. What's going on with him. So I feel like that is going to be all of this. Oh, Mister. All right. So let's see what the current status is here. We'll do that one first here. We do have the King of Wands. I feel like they're still trying to figure things out here with the King of Wands. That's an energy of I'm trying to get out of my head what everyone else, all the people, everyone telling me what I should be doing, and I'm trying to decide what I want. And then once I decide what I want, then I will um, make plans and take action. But I don't know where the relationship stands. Is where it's coming from theirs. Um, Below the surface, there is the Seven of Swords. There is that betrayal. There is this energy of not being truthful with themselves or with other people. So there's a little bit of um, shenanigans, it feels like, with that. The bottom of the deck, I wanted to see this other one first because I was like, what's going on here? But we got the Ace of Wands, which is new passion. And so I feel like, there is this kind of energy here, but they still don't know what they want. But I feel like they are kind of interested in more than one person, you and someone else kind of energy is what I get with all this. That's kind of this combo kind of brings this to me. I don't feel like they've made any decisions, and I don't feel like anything I was tapping in. I don't feel like there's been any like intimacy, passion expressed there, but I do feel like they're kind of caught and they're just trying to figure things out. And so they kind of have stepped away from everything, right? Because you said he has not been contacting you. So it's kind of like he's, in this space. We'll find out more here with all this too. Because what does he feel for you? Let's look at that. We have the King of Cups, the Eight of Wands. So they do see you as this balanced individual. You have a great balance between your head and your heart. And there's Eight of Wands. So there's attraction energy that's here too. Eight of Wands, a lot of passion. So it's not that they're like, well, I'm not attracted to you. You have a great personality. No, you have a great personality, but you're also they're attracted to you too. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is that when we're looking for our sense of fulfillment in our heart out here, we'll never be happy till we find our self love because outside love, no matter how amazing you are, isn't going to fill my heart because what my heart is looking for is unconditional eternal love from what it was feeling back home, not the human temporary conditional love that humans offer. Um, unless you're an ascended master. If you're an ascended master, you might offer some unconditional eternal love, but usually ascended masters aren't looking for relationships either. So we've got this, kind of energy coming in here. Um, that you're like a dream come true in so many ways, but they still don't feel full on the inside, and that's nothing you can control because you couldn't fill that up, you know. What's below the here too? Yeah, and they've got the 10 of cups. There's joy, and overflowing energy, but they've got this um disappointment energy here on the bottom. And so this is basically what I was talking about here is they still feel like we're all taught, right? You're gonna find someone, you're gonna fall in love, and then you're gonna feel complete and whole, and life is gonna feel like everything is beautiful and wonderful. And then that happens, and you're like, "Where's that feeling?" And they're like, "That was it." And you're like, "Was that like that little bzz I felt?" And they're like, "Yeah." And you're like, "Oh, I thought it was gonna be more, because that's what we're taught, and that's what our heart wants, but the heart can't have it from the outside world, right? So, they're in this trying to figure things out stage going, "What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm looking for this passion, I'm looking for this excitement energy," and the newness of meeting new people, we have that for a moment, and then it just kind of fades out when it's not bringing us what we feel like it needs, right? So they do have all this amazing energy, but they're below the surface, there is that disappointment, not in you, but in what they're feeling in their heart. They're not feeling what they thought they were supposed to, which is, again, what we're all taught. And when we get to that, oh, blissful place, and then we're like, well, the party is over. We got the marriage. We got all this. Now what? And then we realize it was all the excitement that was fun, but now I feel empty. So until we find our self love, we don't feel fulfillment. Why is he not contacting you? Okay, yeah, so this is this. Yeah, we have the 9 of Pentacles, which is that hermit energy. They're off by themselves trying to figure things out with this Knight of Swords. They're seeking clarity. That's coming in here, trying to understand what's going on in here, and what's going on in him. Yeah, the High Priestess, yeah. And the Four of Wands, yeah. Again, the High Priestess is like the hermit energy. The High Priestess goes away into her High Priestess temple up on the mountaintop to try to see clarity, trying to find out who they are, what's going on. And the Four of Wands is like marriage, joy, celebration. They're trying to understand this here, what is happening, why they don't feel this, what they think that they're supposed to be feeling here. So there's not really a whole lot that you can do about this because this is something they have to figure out for themselves. But whenever we experience the situations like this is a reflection back for us to do the same. Where in my life am I looking for something outside of me that, of course, as we were mentioning earlier, we can't find anything in the outside world until we have it inside and recognize it inside of our own selves. Because if we don't have it here, we can't, have it come toward us. Um, so it's about self-reflection and understanding what is it that I'm looking for in the outside world? Because what I'm looking for out there, I can only find inside of me. And then once I find it inside of me, then I can see it and experience it in the outside world, but not before then. So hopefully that helps a little bit understanding what the heck is going on in there over there in that little world. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Yeah, we have stop playing small. I like that little lighthouse. Let's see what we have here. You don't have to shrink, right? I don't have to shrink to be what someone wants me to be or what anyone else wants me to be. Let's see here, page 132. So the core message is your light was never meant to be dimmed. The key themes are visibility, empowerment, self expression, inner power, releasing limitations, bold embodiment. Your message is you weren't made to blend in. You weren't made to downplay your gifts or shrink your truth to keep others comfortable. You are made to shine. And every time you play small, every time you silence yourself, hold back, or question your worth, you deny the world the fullness of your magic. So this card is a bold call to expansion, to stop apologizing for your light and start owning your space. The world doesn't need a quieter version of you, it needs the real you, the radiant, powerful, fully expressed version who knows their presence is a gift. Playing small is a habit you get to unlearn. I love that. Playing small is a habit you get to unlearn. Brilliance is your birthright. It's a powerful deck. Your guidance says you may have learned that visibility comes with risk, judgment, rejection, or being looked at as too much. Sorry, I lost my place. But the risk of dimming your light is even greater. Disconnection, resentment, and regret. This card invites you to rewrite that story. Standing in your power doesn't mean arrogance, it means alignment. It means honoring the bigness of your soul and allowing others to rise with you, not shrink for you. Your journaling prompts are where in my life am I shrinking or censoring myself to feel safe or accepted? What am I afraid will happen if I show up fully expressed? What does it look and feel like when I let my light shine without holding back? Embodying practice that you can have here is light unleashed. It says, stand tall in front of a mirror and say, I'm no longer playing small. Visualize your energy expanding beyond your body, filling the room, the sky, the world. Let yourself feel what it's like to take up full energetic space. That's your natural state. Your affirmation is I'm done shrinking. I was made to shine. lead, and rise. My light is needed. Then your final action step says say the thing, share the truth, apply for the opportunity, take up space. Choose one moment today to be bolder than usual, louder, freer, more you. Let the world adjust to your fullness. You are not too much. You are exactly enough. I usually say we're more than enough, but it's about stop playing small. Like you don't have to dim your light and wait for someone to get their stuff together. Um, you want to know, will he ever reach out? After all that, why would you want him to? It's like, yeah, I'm not going to play small. Why would I want someone to reach out to me when I feel like I have to play small around them so that they don't run away? I'm afraid that they will run away if I'm too big, if I'm too much to handle, they'll run away. It's like they're showing you who they are, and so believe it when they tell you. Their actions are telling you, "I'm not choosing you." And so, bye, thank you for showing me who you are. You don't deserve me. So thank you for showing me that. Um, I really don't feel that they're going to reach out because I don't feel like they're in a space of, uh, doing a lot of inner reflection. I feel like they're trying to figure it out, but they're more looking going, "Well, that hurts too much to think. I'm going to maybe this person will make me feel that way. Well, maybe this one, maybe it's a combination that will make me feel that way. And you deserve more than that." And I feel like that's why spirit's going, you know, if they reach out, it'll be way, way, way too late because I feel like you will have realized I deserve more than this. I deserve to be cherished, not, I don't need to chase love. Um, I get to choose love. And I feel like that's an important thing. I know I talk about this book a lot, but I just finished reading Mel Robbins, the Let Them theory. And it's amazing. Like two-thirds of the book, like the first third talks about things, but the last two-thirds, oh my God, are so much about relationships and wonderful perspectives and some good energies to understand one, how to get over a breakup because her daughter was going through a breakup when they wrote the chapter together. But there's a lot of other, like how to know how to find a love that matches with what we're wanting, and um, how to recognize it. Some really amazing, amazing tools and messages and I guess perceptions in there. So I highly recommend that. Um, but that's what they have for you, Naya, so hopefully that helps a little bit. Many blessings. Hey, Nelia, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Yeah, people who leave your life do not match your energy. Release them, and the right people will enter your life. It's all about quality and not quantity. Yeah, I love that. And there's in Mel Robbins' book, what did she say? She says, dating, how did she put it? Dating is not about finding the one. It's about dating is about discovering who you are, what you want, and what you don't want. And that's why she's like, date as much as you can because it's not about finding the perfect one. You're discovering who you are and what you want. And I like that. That's like that energy is I'm finding out what my energy is, and I don't shrink my energy to try to match someone else. I look and see, is someone matching my energy? I don't expect other people to shrink. Well, we kinda do, right? We other people to shrink to match my you be who I want you to be, and I'll be who you want me to be. Why don't we all just be who we are, and then what energy, because the energy is gonna draw us together anyway. We can pretend this is who I am and this is what I want, but if that person isn't that energy, we can't most people never change. So if we can't love someone for who they are now, then um but I love that. All right. Excuse me. Let me just double check here. I don't think this is a donation. Nope. All right. So Nelly, I think you're up next here. And if June is here, I think June was kidnapped by gypsies. That's what we used to say in my high school. We had these, I went to our church's private school for my 2.5 years of high school. I graduated early. Had I known, I would have stayed in as long as I could. If you know you're gonna have to go to work when you get out of school, stay. But we had these sisters who would drive like an hour every day one way to come to school, and, they would come up with they would always be late, so much, and they would come up with a different excuse every day, and one of them was, "We were kidnapped by gypsies, and we barely escaped." So, it's always there. Yeah, I love it. Alright. I am glad you have a sense of humor because I enjoy laughing, and I'm glad you enjoy laughing too. All right. So, Nelia, let's jump into yours here. That's what I was saying. I think June was kidnapped by gypsies. Uh, so I have her here. I owe you one. As soon as you pop it up, we'll jump to you. But we'll continue going on here. So, Nelia, thank you for the black kitty. And you're like a general for 2026 and anything big happening or surprises. Anything else Spirit wants to say? I know, right? Can you believe 2026 is like 3 weeks away? Crazy. So cheers. Is my coffee's still hot? I do love kitty cats. All right, so let's take a look here. 2026. What's in story for you here? All right, we got those. What else? This one and this one. This one looks like 4 events. Well, I had a feeling there was gonna be 1 per quarter is what they're, coming in here. Yeah, it's time just flying by for sure. I'm just like, it's already almost the 7th. We're almost a week in December. A week into December. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Alright. Well, you do have 4 sets of 2 cards, 1 for each quarter, which is so organized of them to do. Here you go. Little highlight, um, a big thing for each quarter, and you have your Hierophant for your entire year, which is a year of change, significant change. Yeah, even on the bottom, underneath that, you have the World card, which is a victory and ending of old cycles, beginning of new adventures, coming in there. So we definitely have this year of significant change, but it's positive change. Whooshoo, whooshoo. As all change is really, right? Um, so let's take a look here. What happens in the first quarter? It's your higher self bringing you clarity throughout your life. So, your first quarter, the first 3 months, yeah, you got the 3 of Cups and the 6 of Cups. Powerful energies. Wow, it's like your first 3 months is a time of like friendships, relationships, feeling part of a tribe, a group, coming together, people coming back into your life too, that might have had some rifts and some separations, or people that just kind of you fell away over time or they moved away and now they're moving back. But it is a wonderful time of joy and celebration. Like the first 3 months just feel like a party in a way. Just all these wonderful expressions of love and joy and, you know, reconciliations. And it just feels like, wow, I love this energy. Even the 6 of Cups is about past life, people from past lives showing up in positive ways, like bumping into longtime friends that you haven't seen in a long time. It was funny, I heard someone say once, you know, um, bumping into someone from a past lifetime is like bumping into an old friend you haven't seen in 1,000 years and then remembering why it's been 1,000 years. But these are positive ones, not like that. Alright. And then so I feel like that's kind of your kind of feeling of the first 3 months that are coming in here. And then the, 2nd quarter, you've got the Knight of Wands and the Queen of Wands. Wow. Yeah, so where your 1st quarter is about relationships with people, the 2nd is all about action and movement. Fast action, fast movement. A lot of fire, a lot of change happens, but this is change that you are initiating, and then, just a lot of, go, 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 go. You really are stepping into your power in your 2nd month too, 2nd quarter, sorry, because you're recognizing that whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. The Knight of Wands is the quest of your power, stepping into your power, and the Queen of Wands has the Ace of Wands in her hand, because the Knight quests for the Queen and King, and that Knight quests for the Ace of Wands, and the Queen has it in her hand, so you did get fruition. Whatever you focus on, you really are able to achieve and obtain in, like, your 2nd quarter is a big, like, I would say manifestation. Whatever you focus on, with gratitude and joy and higher vibration, you draw it to you. Also, anything you focus on lower vibration, you'll draw it into. So it's always good just to say, well, I'm not going to focus on it, in the 2nd quarter. I'm going to focus on it every day, what energy I'm investing in, but especially putting these 3 months, things come in huge and fast. So I'm going to really, really, really pay attention to my energy during the 2nd quarter. And then your 3rd quarter, you have the 10 of Wands and the 8 of Swords. So there is a lot of movement, and this is where a lot of your growth happens, because the 10 of Wands is it's a card of realizing what you felt like was a burden and any expectations, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, those that did make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and worthless and, I guess, like I said, limited. The 10 of Wands goes from feeling like a burden to feeling like a harvest. And you're realizing, I feel like the 3rd quarter is a lot about understanding the power of the story. And that when I change my story, wow, life changes from feeling like a burden in areas to feeling like abundance. And it all had to do with perceptions, beliefs, and mindsets that you free yourself from. So I really like that. And then in your 4th quarter, the last quarter, you have the 7 of Cups and the Page of Wands. I feel like the last quarter feels weird. And that's it. But it feels weird because the 3rd quarter, you're learning to release and see things differently, and I feel like in the 4th quarter next year, you feel like you can take challenges, take risks, and go into do things that you go into the unknown, where it not feels unsafe, but it doesn't feel, um, like a comfort zone, right? Comfort zone feels safe. This is about going outside your comfort zone to what feels unsafe. It's not truly dangerous, but it feels unsafe, and that 7 of Cups is you're getting all these emotions that you hadn't felt before, and you're trying things. The Page of Wands is you're taking your energy up, you're taking your possibilities increase because you're not limited as much, and so there's a lot of change that comes in here. Um I'm not getting any. I feel like it's a year of change, and I'm not getting, like, big, like, I don't see marriages or big events like that or births. I don't feel like there's a lot of that kind of stuff. I feel like it's a very internal year coming in. It's interesting now that I did all that, you did have the Knight of Wands, which the Next year in the Chinese zodiac, it is the year of the fire horse, which is a year of action and go, 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 go kind of energy. So that's interesting. So there is a lot of that. We're coming out of a transformative snake year and a number 9 year into, and it's like February is when we go into the Chinese zodiac. So we still have January and the snake transformation, but next year is a 1 year. It's a whole new planting new seeds kind of energy too. So it makes sense that you're in that kind of energy of adjustments and change and letting old things go. And you have been letting things go. Now you're moving into this new kind of awareness kind of energy. Let's see here. I've got 4 of these cards left. So let's see here for your fortune cookie. These are amazing deck. I'm gonna have to see if the author has any others because these are just powerful. Yeah. Next year is turning the page. What a beautiful card. The feather, it's actually a feather pen. Turn the page, card 129. I mean, page 129. So your core message is your next chapter needs a braver version of you. There you go. That is what you end up with in your 4th quarter, right? Your key themes are new beginnings, courage, letting go, transformation, self-elevation, and forward motion. It's almost like it was a card made for the reading. Your message is you've outgrown this chapter. The story you've been living, while powerful, meaningful, and necessary, has done its job. Now something deeper is calling. A braver version of you is ready to step forward, but to meet them, you must be willing to turn the page. This card invites you to release what's been written and step into what's possible. The ending isn't a failure, it's an opening. It means you're evolving. It means something bigger is waiting on the other side of your willingness to move forward. Honor the chapter you're living, but don't linger in it. The next version of you is not found in the past, it's written in what you choose next. That's why I feel like the year is a year of possibilities too. That's why I didn't get like, "Oh, you can have this and this and this." I feel like there's so many possibilities depending on what you do, what action, and especially with that Queen of Wands, whatever you focus on is what you draw to you. So I feel like it's a year of not fate, but a year of possibilities. The guidance that says you may feel stuck between comfort and calling, safety and expansion. This is a threshold moment, one that asks you to trust your growth more than your fear. The future you crave isn't hiding, it's waiting on your courage. Turning the page doesn't mean you forget what came before, it means you honor it as the foundation, not the limit. You are the author, you always have been. Your journaling prompts: what chapter of my life is coming to a close, and what am I ready to let go of? What does the next version of me look like, feel like, live like? What would I do today if I truly believed it was time to start fresh? There's an empowered practice called closing ritual, and it says write a letter to the chapter you're closing. Thank it for what it taught you, how it shaped you, and what you're leaving behind. Then write a one-line title for your next chapter. Speak it out loud like a declaration. Feel the shift in your body as you claim what's next. Your affirmation is I release what no longer serves and step into who I'm becoming. My next chapter begins now. And your final action step says make a clear, conscious shift today, small or bold, that aligns with the next chapter of your life. Change the routine, end the cycle, say yes to the unknown. This page is turning, and what comes next is waiting for you to write it. Wow. Powerful, powerful energy. Look at that. Turn the page. And that's one of those little feather pens that comes in here. Wow, wow, wow. So I wasn't paying attention down here. You feel 2026 is a year of transformation? Yeah, for the better. Absolutely. And to get out of my comfort zone. Yep, that's exactly. Yeah. Thank you so much. You are very welcome. I love that for you. 2026. It's going to be quite a year for a lot of us, right? Shazam! So cheers to you. Thank you again, my friend, for your donation. Let's see. This is Let me switch out and put my cold tea on here, and we'll heat that back up as I finish off my coffee here. All right. June. Thank you for your patience. Absolutely. Yeah, you were recovering from the other one? No problem. So June, let's grab it here. You have 211 even is when we started there. So no problem at all. I repeat it, not out of impatience, just to make sure that because sometimes YouTube will not post a question, and I just wanna make sure the question wasn't posted and that I missed it, or that my old man eyes I'm not gonna say that, that's not good energy, that's not the energy I want. My amazing fast, speed reading eyes sometimes speed read over things. That's what I'm gonna say. Alright, so let's take a look here. First, you sensed a previous epic argument that will be similar to the one coming up in January. Oh, wow. This was a couple, back in spring. P was throwing things. Oh, yeah, right? Out of anger, just a minute. Oh, you're so sweet. Uh, so something happens around Christmas that provokes a second argument. So reading please on S&P's Christmas time. What provokes the fight? How much will S's mom see? And how similar is this upcoming argument like the one that happened back in spring? All right, let's find out here. What we've got going on here. Whoops. Let me remove that over here. Okay, let's see here. Christmas, Christmas. Um, I just need to write something down really quick here. Okay. I have to needed to write something down, so I must not forget because it's like the third time I remembered. Oddly enough, I wonder what's that got to do with your reading? Third time's a charm? Maybe this isn't the second, maybe it's happened 2 times before. But let's take a look. Let's talk about Christmas. The Grinch that stole Christmas. Um, so what problem okay, that's the overall energies, and then here's what problem provokes the fight. That's just 1 card, alright, doesn't take much. How much will S's mom see? Okay. And then how similar is the upcoming argument like the one that, happened back in spring? Well, this one, what kind of builds in Christmas is that K is there, right? It's K, right? Um, and that's what helps build up for the blow up in January. I didn't necessarily feel like there's a big fight at Christmas, at least in relationship to that. We'll see here. There might be a whole other Christmas event. We'll find out here. But in relationship to the one that happens in January, it's more the presence and what P is perceiving happening with K being there and how everyone in the family is all, "Oh, we love you, Lenny," and then they look at P, they're like, you know, it'd be like that, "Oh, da, da, da." you know, they just feel like everyone hates me and they love them, and I feel like something's going on here, you know? That's what builds up to when they get to January. It's just all this that's been ruminating from what they've experienced happens. We'll see if there's anything else here, of course, but that's kind of what I feel is going in there. Um, Bottom of the deck, we do have the Hierophant, and the Hierophant is an energy here of change and seeing things from a higher perspective, looking at a variety of, um, I don't know, almost, I don't know why. It's like, here's Santa, come sit on my lap. It's like almost like there's this, what is your Christmas wish? And everyone's like, we know what ours are, what ours is. But there's all this tension with this conflict energy of the number 5, right? So let's take a look. Let's get into it here. So the overall energy with S and P's Christmas, we got the King of Wands. Wow, and the High Priestess. So, of course, these are the 2 energies, right? So, it does feel I am so glad you guys have a sense of humor, because this would be very fun for me and not fun for you guys if you didn't. So thank you. But I feel like with the High Priestess, I kind of feel S is oddly withdrawn, because that's like someone that goes into the High Priestess temple. They're there, but I feel like they're, oh, okay, it makes sense as I'm sitting in the energy. They're like, I have to pull back my emotions and feel like I'm back, because I've got P and K, and everyone's watching me, including P and K. They're watching how I'm interacting with each other, and all my family's watching how I'm interacting with each other, with everyone there, and I feel like the spotlight is on me, so I feel like withdrawn, especially my emotions. I feel like I have to really watch them during here. Wow. And then the King of Wands, and this is interesting because the King of Wands is a mature fire energy. And I know we're like, "What?" But they can bridle and they can hold their passions, they can hold their fire back because they know when to put your fire, when not. Like a Knight of Wands is, um, you know, um, just out of nowhere, they just react over everything, which is more their energy of the past. But I feel like they also know K's here. Everyone's watching me watch them and watch them and how everything's going on. So it feels like they're both a little reserved in this particular situation, and I feel like the element that's different is K being there. And so they're kind of keeping everything under, but all that pressure that builds up from Christmas to after, right, is what I feel is because they're keeping all this pressure in, because 'cause they're realizing everybody's looking, and they wanna be on, almost like on their best behavior in a way, that they're keeping it all in, and you can just hear it's like when you turn up the pressure on pipes in a house, you can hear the pipes rattling. You can almost feel them rattling there, and people are going, "When are they gonna blow?" And I feel like that's why it doesn't take a whole lot for Kay when they meet in January, when they're all back together in that same house again, that they're just like, "Boop." All right. So that's the overall energy. Is there a fight? And if so, is there something that provokes it? Ooh, we have the death. Oh my gosh, it's it's gonna be a very, it's like The Shining Christmas. No, this doesn't feel, this feels it feels like death. It doesn't feel like action, it feels like it almost feels like awkward. It almost feels like no action. It feels like because 'cause they're both reserved, in comparison, it feels like crickets. It's like, why isn't S talking? Why isn't P talking? And K is talking. They know, they're like, I am the golden child right now, I can do no wrong, and I don't care. Because 1, me in comparison to them, I can do so much, like, at my worst is, like, their best. And then they're not arrogant, they're just confident, um, but they also, they know that, right? So it's pretty interesting, I like that, I like Kay's energy because they're they're on the border of arrogant sometimes because I feel like they're, like, really nice looking, and they have their act together a lot, and they know that the family loves them, and they're like, yeah, there's truth to that. Yeah, right? But that's why I feel like it's kinda just, psh, but Kay is talking and everyone else is quiet. I feel like mom and dad and some of the other people that are there are talking, and it's shallow, the stuff that you usually do it, not like deep conversations, but it's extra, extra quiet because I almost feel like I have to whisper because they are so guarding their actions, um, through that. So interesting. Um, so I guess we'll ask here how similar. Let's see, did I miss anything here? Guess we got. Oh, what we'll add. I want to find out what mom notices because I feel like this is what they notice with it all because there's not a fight, and but mom notices what's happening here. Yeah, she notices the temperance that's going on. What a perfect card. Out of all the cards at a 78, temperance would be what they notice. Why are they all temperament? Why is their temperaments being temperate, right? It means why is it being where's the fire? Where's the spark? Why are you acting so weird? Right? And then, yeah. And here's mom on the back of the rabbit. I think mom she is. Oh, it is the Knight of Cups. Mom's drinking and having a blast riding the bunny rabbit. Mom's of good cheer. She's like, "I like this." She's like, "Cheers, everybody. This is amazing." So I love that because so she is very her emotions are flowing. She's like, I like this. I like it. Right? You can see it. And she is. I just feel like I feel like a little bit of too much spiked eggnog. She's a little bit too cheery. Um, because she's like, "This is great. If you guys 'cause" uh, Yes, yes, exactly. Like, if only you guys could shut up all the time, this would be great." But, um and also, I feel like she knows what's going on, and, uh, and I feel like she's kind of not as much as K pushing buttons at P, but, "Boop, oh, I'm sorry, too much eggnog." She's using that as this little bit of a poke, 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 poke scene. They're gonna blow up, aren't they? Maybe one more, boop. Wow. So So, yeah, this is interesting. Let's see what else. What was the last thing was oh, is it gonna be anything like is that what it was? Oh, how similar is this from what happened in the springtime? Let's see what the difference is because I don't feel like they're the same at all. I feel like it's night and day, but let's find out why. I feel like we know kind of why, but let's just find out. Yeah, the power of choice. I love that energy. We have Mother Moon energy, Cancer energy here, but the power of choice. I'm choosing to remain calm and remain quiet with that energy. The Seven of Pentacles, yeah, the patience, the slowness here coming in. What else? And the Hanged Man. Yeah, the pause button. Yeah. Oh, once they're back home, how similar is this upcoming argument like the one that happened back in spring? Oh, you mean, so after do you mean when they're back home just together? Or do you mean when they're back alone? Okay. Home Alone 5. Um, yeah, I feel like this energy, I was focusing on that, so I'm gonna pull, different cards for that here. Because I feel like, how is this different? Um, I just feel like there's been this seeing things differently. They've grown a lot since that last one, as well. People have learned and I feel like this does apply actually because we've got, the Chariot card is an energy of learning the power I get to choose my thoughts, my emotions, my energy. I feel like S has changed, a lot since that last because they realize I get to choose all this, right? And, um And so they've learned a lot and changed a lot with that. There's also been, they've learned patience, a lot of patience, and they're seeing things from a different perspective. Like I feel like because they know they're leaving eventually, that they don't feel trapped. S doesn't. So a big piece, and I will pull more cards. But the big thing is that um, because it takes two to tango. Um, If this for God's sake, if if someone invites you to dance and you don't accept, they end up doing their own interpretive dance by themselves out there in the middle of the dance floor, and that's different than, turning into the tango, the battle. That is, the tango is a is a battle dance, right? 2 people, um, battling, the tango. So it's interesting. So let's take a look here. So once they get back home after that, let's just see what what unfolds there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've got here joyful celebration. I feel like they're focused on New Year's. That's a whole other reading. But the Four of Wands, the bottom energy is focusing on the next celebration, which isn't far away. Are they gonna be there through New Year's too? Or just on Christmas? Because I feel like there's something going on New Year's, but let's see. Yeah, we get the Four of Cups, whoops, which is emotional stability. Ooh, spooky. Underneath it all, we have the Emperor, another 4. This power of choice energy below the surface. That's the King of Wands energy too. It's like they're still keeping everything, like P is keeping everything bottled still, um, when they get back home. We have the Fool card. Yeah, there's this ending of an old cycle, this beginning of an adventure. There is the Two of Swords, there is an argument, but it's very it's like a little, when they are back home alone, yeah. Well, in but they're not home alone, though. That's when, the parents want S to come home for something, and then P goes with them. they're not home alone, right? They're with everyone, and Kay's there, and you know, um, because she has other siblings too. So I feel like some of the other siblings are there, right? S has other siblings. I'm not sure, it might not be her, but um, so I feel like all right, so all right. You're very welcome, Faith and Love. So let me make sure I'm understanding this because I feel like I've clarified 3 times, but we're getting 3 different readings. So, how similar is the argument in January like the one that happened back in spring? Okay, I get you. So, I don't have to pull cards for this, because I see it playing out in my head, and the difference is that it's not, of course, S and P are not, they're not alone, right? They're with other people. That other argument, weren't they by themselves? Yeah. So they weren't, I feel like before S and P were by themselves, and that's when the argument came out and they threw something, right? Um, I at least with what I picked up back then with what they're bringing back from my archives was that it was just them in their house, like their house with them alone. This is they're in a whole different arena. Are you not entertained? There's an audience. um, but the difference, of course, is that it's not between S and P, it's between P and K. S is there and mom, and I feel like someone's had surgery. Someone is being cared for. I feel like it might be dad. Um, because I don't feel like them really in the room. I feel like they're somewhere else in the house. And then some of the other um, siblings are there, and then K, you know. Yes, exactly. Yes, 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 yes. So, because that's when they talk about when K says to P, because of course, um, P comes out like from down a hallway. See, like this long, I feel like they have a huge house and they're coming down this long hallway into the big living area. I see vaulted ceilings and big windows and all of this. And big couches and a fireplace, all that, a beautiful home. And they're all kind of scattered throughout the living room. But S is talking to K, and P walks out and sees them talking close to each other. And it's like from Inside Out, that little red character that goes it's from nothing to instant, you know. And so, they're like, "What's this?" Because they just have had it. I feel like they're tired, it's been bubbling, it's been blowing up, and everyone's been you know, treating them like they're the black sheep and they're the golden child, Kay's the golden child, and, um, and then um, that's when Kay starts doing the little boop, like, "What are you doing standing so close to my wife?" It, like, slips out something like that, and they're like, "They're not your wife, they would never marry you." "What did you say?" And they get there where and K, P, not P, S stands back, because 'cause they're like, "Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god." And then so P is getting up to them and going, "What did you say?" They're like, hello?" They're not, they don't get in their face back, they're just, like, very, like, "I'm not bothered by you," like, "I said" we all know, ooh, we all know that she would never marry you, meaning emphasizing you, meaning she would marry me. And whoa, just kind of a shove. And then, like, that because they want to, but they just kind of shove them. And then um, that's when everyone's like, whoa, my God. Wow, 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 right? So that's how it's different. Things aren't thrown. It's not between, um, you know, S and P, it's between P and K, and, there's witnesses, and there's everyone there, and, it's almost yeah, well, for S, it's not. For S, it's like, "Huh, I'm not in the middle of this. This is what it's like watching us fight." They're like, "Oh, wow, where's the popcorn?" Because 'Cause they're like well, I know they're a little bit embarrassed, and like, "Oh my god." Um, but I do feel like S yeah, popcorn was thrown. Yeah, right? You're like, "Oh my gosh." But I do feel S, steps up and stands in between going, "P, stop it." Protecting K, who don't know who needs no protection. I mean, K could kick the Bohiney of P, right? That's why they're like, "I'm not afraid." I feel like they're taller and, in better shape and different things too, but they were just like, "Whatever." I just feel like they're, in a better condition that they could take them if they needed to, kind of energy. Yeah, interesting. So, the fortune cookie for this one, we do have this here, which is beautiful full moon, silver birch. It says birch, Birch. Find grounding, root yourself in the beauty of the present, which is interesting. So around the Christmas energy, there really is, or this thing, there's this grounding energy that S feels there too. So that's interesting. Thank you. Yeah, you're like, oh my God, I got to find out what happens next. Oh, I know. It's like an exciting movie. I mean, who gets the rights to this drama? I almost feel like it's Twilight without vampires, but hissing cats. All right. So thank you for that. Thank you for your additional donation. We'll jump down there. I do have a couple more here from Nelia, so we will um, do those, and then we'll circle back to you, June. I tell you what, it's amazing how clear it comes through too. It's like I'm watching it. So you must be really in tune with their energies because it really helps amplify it. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Let's see, we're 2.5 hours in. Well, I did complete four free readings earlier, so I did start on some free readings. I'm gonna finish up donations, and then I will finish free readings tonight too. Sorry, got a little too much. There we go. All right. How fun. All right. So, Nelia, thank you for your second donation. Here's your timestamps up to this point. We'll give you your third one here in a moment. Hey, Debbie O. Yeah. And of course, if you guys who are waiting for free readings, I do post a pinned comment at the end of sessions. And so if you need to go and go do other things and come back after the stream has ended, you can find the pinned comment with all the names with timestamps next to it, and you just click on the timestamp, it takes you right to your reading. So, uh, just so you know, there's an option there. All right, and we have the hot dog coming up here now, yeah? So thank you for the additional food. So will your sister try to contact you to reconcile you before the new year? What is she thinking now about our situation? Anything else Spirit wants to say? All right, let's take a look here at the sister. See what we got have happening here. So based on current energies, will your sister try to contact you before the end of the year? Okay. And then what is she thinking now about your situation? Thank you. These, this one. Okay. And then anything else Spirit wants to say around Sister, Twisted Sister. We ain't gonna take it anymore. That was an old group way back in the day. All right. So the underlying energy with your sister right now, we do have the Four of Swords. There's something about resting here. You know, I feel like she might be what's happening? Maybe under the weather, feeling down. I just feel like she's kind of in this funk kind of energy right now. Just to be aware that as soon as I saw that, I'm like, she just kind of feels like she's just kind of down and just kind of not hopeless, but just empty, unmotivated, tired, exhausted kind of energy. So just be aware that that's there. Um, will she contact you to reconcile before the new year? We got the Knight of Swords and the Seven of Pentacles. There will be eventual communication come in with the Knight of Swords because that's movement of change of thought and communication. But the Seven of Pentacles, of course, is one of our cards of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. I don't know why I went really southern there suddenly, but it's totally opposite. You're in the north, not the southern part of the continent. But I don't feel like if based on current energies, I don't feel like they do, because that Seven Pentacles is about patience and waiting and, that. So we'll find out what else they want you to know here. What is she currently thinking about the situation between the two of you here? She's in a big reflective energy. High Priestess is stepping back, trying to see things clearly, diving deep into their emotions. I do feel like you are on her mind with all of this because I feel like that's part of why she kind of feels a little down and exhausted, just because family and all that brings it up. And I feel like she's kind of having flashbacks of past Christmases when you guys were close. And so I feel like that you're on their mind, but that's only part of this big reflection that there is going on with them right now. Let's see what's below the surface here. Yeah, we have the Knight of Wands. They're like they want to take action. They want to make movement. And the Ace of Swords. So there's that thinking, trying to see things from a different perspective, which we talked about already with the High Priestess. So they are trying to do that, and there will be action. It just feels like there's something more that's holding them back. Um, and the Knight of Cups. So they do have this movement of emotion, and they do feel this. So I do feel like they want to move forward. They want to do something, but I feel like whatever this other stuff is what is weighing them down emotionally. I feel like there's other stuff going on emotionally, and I feel like if that wasn't there, she'd be contacting you. That's what this other stuff let's see maybe these 2 cards about what else Spirit wants to know, maybe they'll tell us that, but I feel like there's other obstacles. And that makes sense too here. 'cause here's them thinking about you. There's these other 3 things that are also there. So this is the other one that they have. So I feel like there's 3 other things. That's what is holding it back. Let's see what this has to do with here. The 10 of Pentacles, family, relationships, fullness of life, money, everything else. The other the other 3 buckets of life, right? Other relationships, jobs, and finances and body. I feel like there's just getting hit from all 3 areas, um, out there, coming in here. So I feel like there's a lot of that. Yeah, and the 4 of Pentacles. I'm trying to find a solid foundation in the outside world here. So it does feel like they're focusing on their security, here, uh, first. So I just feel like their life is being kind of rattled in different places, and that's okay. It's part of their adventure. You don't have to, do anything that yeah, I know you're Canadian, eh? I can tell by people's donations. When you pay with Canadian, I know you're in Canada or you're dealing in Canadian stuff. Twisted sister. Yeah. Sleep well, Debbie-O. Yeah. So, I kinda feel that here. We'll see if what the fortune cookie brings in here too. But I don't feel like, um, not by the end of this year, because there's a lot going on with their just like everything, you know? Just like it feels like there's health, and then there's finances, and then there's relationships, and then there's job, and then it's like it just never ends. If everything could get balanced, then I feel that's when they'll do that. I do want to pull a win card here, just based on current energies. If not this year, then when next year, based on that. Okay, they didn't want that. They want this one. Yeah, April 20th to May 20th. Here's the Hierophant, big change energy. That's when they see things from a different perspective. Taurus, yeah, that's Taurus. That's the grounding. Pentacle energy that's coming in there. So, yeah, it looks like that is what it's looking at based on current energies, but that, of course, can change depending on, anything you're doing with your energy focusing in on, like, what you're grateful, like, you remembering what of her past and different things like that too, right? Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't match your energy, and that's alright. Sometimes we just have to let things go, you know? That's one of the things in I'm like a Mel Robbins, uh, whatever, press releaser of her book because I love it so much. I just finished reading it, but she mentions in the let them theory, she talks about adult friendships, adult relationships, and how adult friendships can change over time by, how close we are in proximity, where we're at in our lives, and our energy. And if our energies change and they don't match up, then it's like it doesn't draw us together. We don't wanna be around energy that doesn't match up, and so sometimes that's okay, right? Yeah, and you're like, "Yeah, I don't need to." I love that for you, that you've released it, and it's like, yeah, it's just information. I'm not like, "Oh god, I gotta hear from her." So I like that for you. Did I give you I didn't give you a fortune cookie yet. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here, and then we'll go on to your 3rd question here. Thank you again for the multiple donations. And for this, you've got the sacred flame. Yeah, I like that. And this is your energy, right? Um, Ignite your passions, let your spirit burn bright. Don't, and it's like you choose the environment and the weather you're going to be around. It's like if I want my flame to stay bright, then I don't want to take it into a downpour of low vibration emotion, right? Oh, I'm so glad. I have learned a lot through all of your readings too. So I get the advantage of having all the messages from everyone that, I channel. My human self sits back and takes note. "Whoa, my god, I can do that in that part of my life, that in that part of my life. Wow." That's why I'm so balanced and such an amazing person. No means no. No. It just I have an easier path, we'll put it that way. I love Mel Robbins too, she's amazing. Alright, so that was for number 2. Number 3, we have 2, 50, 31. Boom, there we go. And so thank you for the popcorn as well. I'm gonna be so full. So, you wanna know what is the real reason why uh, your daughter's 27-year-old identical twins don't wanna meet your boyfriend Russ now of, or your boyfriend of 4 months. When will they meet him? Will they like him? Anything else Spirit says? Alright, twins. I have twin nieces. How old are they? Let me see. If I'm let's see, if I'm going to be well, I'm 58 now, and if they were born when I was 25, that's they can't just be is it 33? Are they 33? No, no. I'm gonna stop that math right now. I don't wanna know. This is okay, focusing on your energy. So what's the real reason why identical twins don't wanna meet? So, the older, because there is one that claims to be the older, right? The firstborn, I know my nieces, they're like, "I'm the firstborn, you're the middle child," because they have a younger brother. Alright, so older and younger of the twins, why don't they want to meet? But I feel like they both have different reasons. Um, when will they meet him? I'll pull a when card for that in a sec. Uh, will they like him? Again, 1 and 2. And then anything else Spirit says. All right, we'll do those. All right. So let's see here. Do they meet together or separate? We'll see if we get 2 cards, older, younger. I feel like they meet them at different times. That's interesting. Okay, well, we'll figure that out here too. All right. Virtual feeding, right? 1 minute older, yeah. That is true. Um, and I think my nieces were born on, like, February 28th, so they're both Pisces on the cusp, but, if it was a leap year, they might have been born they were, like, m moments away from being born, like, on March 1st, so it would have been, like, leap year, which is funny. Alright. Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have 8 of Pentacles energy on the bottom overall for the reading, which the 8 of Pentacles is this, trusting fate's will. 33, they are 33. Oh my god. 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 I can't believe it. When did they hit 30? But I also have great nieces that are 9, 10 years old. I'm like, "God, I'm getting old." But there is this energy of the fading, trusting the timing, just put in the allow things to unfold with this 8 of Pentacles. You will see the fruit of it. I just feel like, um I almost feel like this energy of just 4 months. They're like, I feel like they both kinda have this, I don't wanna get to know someone unless we know it's gonna stick. and they're not sure, which is interesting. Let me take a sip here. All right. Coffee gone. I needed the space to move my coffee cup. All right. So, what's the reason why the oldest, we have the emperor, undecided. They're undecided about it. I feel like they're a little bit stubborn too. I decide when I meet someone and when I don't. It's almost like they're not arrogant, but it's like an empress going making people wait and before they come in to meet them. No, they need to wait until I'm ready to meet them. Which is an interesting energy because it is Aries energy, it is fire, but it is also I get to decide and I haven't decided yet, you know? Stubborn like their dad. Okay, yeah. So there is that. I'm not sure. The younger one, the 2 of Cups. I feel like they follow more your older daughter because the 2 of Cups, I feel like here's the twins. "Well, what do you think?" So I feel like they kind of follow the lead, even though they're born a minute apart. I feel like they look to like maybe they're the dominant twin because sometimes there is the one that, kind of leads a little more, and they're like, "What do you think?" And they're like, "I think we should wait." So I feel like number 2 would be number 2, your younger, um, daughter, would probably, if they were left open to choose, they would choose to meet him because they're more of a I don't wanna say they're more of a people pleaser, but they care more about what people think and are more emotional, I feel. So more watery, number 2, more fiery, number 1, right? But they follow sis, kind of, I feel like that. So let's take a look here. Let's find out the when. This will be interesting. So oldest has the 2 of Wands, March 21st to April 19th. Let's see what the next one is. December 22nd to January 19th. This is this year. So I feel like your younger daughter would, like, meet him sooner than the older one would, right? And again, that Wands fiery energy, that I haven't decided yet energy, is March 21st to April 19th, but younger, I feel like they would and they might meet him at your house or something with that 4 of Pentacles, but it's like, um, I feel like they're more open to it, if that makes sense. Hmm. What was the other question here? Oh, it's up here. That's why. Will they like him and anything else? Okay. So, will they like him when they meet him? So, older daughter, 7 of Cups, mixed feelings, mixed emotions. Again, I haven't decided. What is this game that they play? I'm not sure. I haven't decided. I haven't decided. You can wait on me to decide. It's not that. It's not like that arrogant, but it is that I get to decide. And I get to decide when I decide, and no one can make me decide any sooner than I want to decide. So I feel like they feel like a lot of emotions. Some of them are like, there's things they like, but there's other kind of, feel like they act as a protector a bit, and so they're a bit more hesitant in just accepting things, right? The younger is the 6 of Swords. Um, I feel like they're, um it is a card of smooth communication and I feel like over time, it does move from choppy waters to calmer waters. But it's interesting that the emotional one goes into their mind, and the fiery one, the older one, goes into the emotions. Um, so, um, but it's smooth movement, and then there's smooth communication because that swords is moving upon the waters. Well, that makes sense from choppy waters to calmer waters, coming in there. So, I feel like because they're adults now, they kinda just don't, you know, immediately make a decision. They're like, "I'm gonna gather information first." But a lot of this is, I just wanna wait. I wanna wait and see if this I don't know, if I don't feel like you've had, like, a lot of different relationships, but it's like we wanna make sure this one takes, this one sticks before we get attached. Um, is their father married, or has their father had many different relationships? Because I feel like they're to this point of going, "I'm just tired of getting to know people to have them leave," or, dad is married, because it's like, I'm just tired of, you know, people coming and going, and we just don't our lives are busy now, we're adults. That's funny. Let's see here, you've got what else? You got 3 and 3, so I feel like these 3 are for, um, one of them. Is this the older? Let me see. We got the Page of Wands, yeah, this would be older, fieriness with the Ace of Wands in 13 years, yeah. So it's interesting. And the Sun card, look at all this fire. There is there's a lot of rage beneath the surface of your older child with all of this. I just feel like, yeah, they're stubborn, but I feel like there's a lot of I don't know if there's resentments, but I just feel like a lot of fire that's burning inside of them. I don't know if they have a lot of fire in their birth chart or what that is there, but I do feel like there's a lot that's bubbling below the surface here. And that's why they take their time on things too, because I feel like if they're like a bottle of nitroglycerin. If there's too much shaking up, boom, and they know that, so they try to go, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, let's not rush. We got to take our time because if you rush me, things are going to explode." So I feel like it's knowing that there's something below the surface here, and it might just be towards men. Oh, March 10th. Wow. So they are close to my nieces because they're Pisces too. Wow. But I feel like there's something bubbling below the surface. There's something that happened, I feel like, with her with men in the past that she's very hesitant and trusting. And there's a lot of fire and resentment bubbling below the surface. So I don't feel like it's at you or at, um, um, I forgot his name already. It's up here. I didn't want to say the wrong what name. Was it Russ? Russ. And it was an R name. Um, it's not them personally, I feel like it's just they've had some bad experiences from earlier in their life too with men, and I'm not sure, we won't go into all that, um, but I feel like that's the rage that's below the surface. Yeah, he's such a nice guy. To know him is to love him. But I feel like that's what it is, so, I mean, they haven't met him, they don't know him, but I feel like that's where they're at. The younger daughter, we have the 9 of Cups. Yeah, look at that, emotional energy, and they have more joy, more bubbliness, um, with them, and the 10 of Cups. You can't make this up. Joy and celebration and that. And the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, they've got this giving and receiving energy that's coming in here, and what a difference. It is night and day, and that's the amazing thing with twins. Um, Even though they have a lot of the same life experience, they also have different life experiences, right? And, so and I feel like for something here, the your older daughter took on this role as protector of your younger daughter, so I feel like something she got the brunt of a lot of stuff that the younger didn't because she protected her, is what's coming in here too. So that's why she kinda has this more your younger daughter has more of this kind of emotion, uh, stability in a way, um, more water. It's like fire and water. Together, they can create steam, which can be good or bad. But, um but I feel like, it's important to know that, just to see where they're coming from here. So because it's almost like, they looked at their older sister as a surrogate mom in a way, um, and looked to her for support and protection, like at school and with friends and different things. I feel like the older always stood out. They're reminding me of someone else I know that's a twin, and they said when they were growing up, they were shyer than their sister, and they always stepped behind their sister, and they let their sister do all the talking, and so their sister became very outgoing, and she became more reclusive until she went to a different college, when her older sister chose to go to a different college than she was going to, she was devastated, but then she learned that I have to learn to be my own person and protect her. It's an interesting thing. And I feel like they're bringing up that dynamic here for some reason. But so that is what they have for that. Let's see, let's give you a fortune cookie for this one. Oops. Let's see what we got here. Wings of inspiration. Let your imagination soar. Embrace the freedom of creativity. And that's a good thing, inspire, you can't control, you can't but you can influence by, allowing them. The more you push, of course, you push away, the more you pull, the more they'll resist. So the best thing you can do is just love them for who they are. Um, share the wonderful things that they do, you know, um, so, they're like, "Where'd you get those?" "Oh, they sent those to me." "Oh, yeah, he's such a nice guy," like you said, "He does this and he does that and he does that." I'm like, I just what a great guy, you know? Not, "I wish you could meet him," and then they'd be like, "Oh, get away from me." You just bubble and shine and then, let them decide. You can't make them like them, and you can't make them meet them. So, you know, we just let them, like Mel Robbins. You just let them, and then you choose to do what you wanna do. All right. So that's what they have for you, Nelia. Thank you again for your additional donation. Appreciate that. Enjoy your twins. All right. So, let me move over here. So, June, thank you for your additional donation. Dun, dun, dun. Here we go into the next one here. Yes, I love that. You're very welcome, Nelia. All right. So, well, so spot on about what happened in the spring. Oh, it was crazy, right? It was just like, what? I love how spirit, does that. So the question was what happens next? Yeah, sleep tight, good night, dream well. So what the heck happens next, right? So so let's go back. We put the video on pause for when S steps in, right? And goes, "No, leave them alone. I can't believe you just shoved them." And let's see what unfolds after that. Play, play. All right. Mm. I feel a discerning eyebrow from mother. She does what was that? What did you just do to my golden child? Mama bear. Dun dun dun. Mama bear. Mama bear. She doesn't cuss unless she gets really mad because that's not what a lady does. But you need to get the out of my house. Wow, wow, wow. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, I got chills. Ooh, mama's cat hair stands up. So let's see what unfolds here. So this is immediately after, and then there's like these step by step. Oh, they're going to go frame by frame, not frame by frame, but like 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. Is that it on the twos? Bringing us to what? Okay. Oh no, there's another two and another two. All right, so this is just like the play by play, boom, 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 which brings us to yeah. A lady doesn't curse. I love that. Let me just scooch these over. Yeah. But boy, when she does, people, whoa. All right. Cheers with the tea. Well, we're going to save the card on the bottom of the deck because that's kind of where this episode of these adventures, it's like the last scene before this episode of the TV series. Oh my god. Another cliffhanger, right? No. All right. So what happens next after this, right? Wow. Yep. The 10 of wands. Yeah, this is mama energy. So 10 of wands becomes a great amount of fire. And the 5 of pentacles, which is that energy of get out. This is the abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold. And she says, "Get out of my house. I've had it." You know, endings energy. I've had enough, and that's that fiery energy. And they're just like, I'm not going to stand for this. Um, I don't care where you go. You just can't stay here. So let's see what happens in response to that. So we knew that already. That's frame one. And then what happens in the next scene? Yeah, we got the world card, the 3 of wands. Yep. So here's the ending of a major major ending, beginning of a new adventure. And the 3 of wands is things go a completely different way. And yeah, this 3 of wands, it feels like there's like people scatter. It's funny because it's like one person goes this way, one person goes this way, one person goes this way kind of energy with this 3 of wands. But it's like, um, yeah, I feel like, um, P gets in the car, they go grab their stuff and they take it to the car and they take off in the car. um, K, of course, wants to comfort, but I feel like S goes, no, no, I think it's best if you go too. I just need to be with my mom and my dad. And so K goes that way. And then S doesn't chase, of course, but um, I feel like she goes in to talk with dad because I feel like dad is in bed for some reason. Maybe he's recovering from a surgery or not feeling good or something. But she goes over there and she just gets, I feel like she sits next to him in bed and mom brings in some hot cocoa, make everything better. And, she just, you know, flat, sh- you know, shares things. Let's see what happens next. Yeah. So we do have the Ace of Cups, the Devil card here. Here's that work energy. And I feel like S, they do really double down. I feel like they've got a lot to do for work and they're like, I've got to focus on me and my work. And they kind of just, focus on that for the days after there. Because I feel like they just borrow a car and they have to catch a flight to go somewhere anyway. Um, and so they don't go back home. They go, they stay at parents' house that night because I feel like the next day they fly out somewhere. S does. So there's no discussion of what's going on. There's silence between S and P. I'm getting the letters down. So what unfolds after that? Got the Page of Wands and the Temperance. The Temperance returns. They hold it all in. They know. Yeah, P knows they really screwed up. They're like, "Oh, no. I've never heard their mom cuss." So they know. They're like, "I need to dial it down." Um, because, that they went to that extreme action that comes in here. Eventually, S goes home. Let's see what comes in here. Yeah. But it looks like here the high priestess, she doesn't go home. She goes home to the mama mama eggnog, spiked eggnog bunny rabbit rider. So it feels like um because the high priest is about stepping away, and I feel like they go back and um I feel like they just have a couple day business trip and they return back um to check on you know, and not ready to go back to face that anyway. I feel like they end up going back to parents' house again. Um, we'll find out more here because we need to know. But the star card is what's on the bottom, and this is what is my dream come true. There's this um, balancing energy. It's like I need to find out what I want to do kind of energy that comes in here, right? Um, and I feel like they do contact P when they get back to their mom's house, or I feel like before because they changed their flights and everything, and um, she wants to let P know that not to come pick her up at the airport because she's not coming back there. She's going back to her parents' house because I need to figure out what I want to do. You know, this whole I gotta sit and really look and see what is like again, what it's like the high priestess sits, but it's like, what is my dream come true kind of energy here. Move all of this to the side, and then let's see what happens after that. You know how this is what they're gonna show you, which is funny because that's like the end scene, but then they go, "Next week on Days of Our Lives," whatever they like, you know, they give you little teaser tidbit little, bites to get you to watch next week, right? That's what they're gonna show you here is this, some previews of what comes after that. They're not gonna leave you totally cliffhanging. So what happens? What's decided? How does that unfold? Okay. Yeah. Whatever happens with the 8 of Wands, there is fast movement and fast action that's taken with the 8 of Wands here. Got the Emperor. Yeah, I'm deciding what I want. I'm making a plan and I'm putting action behind it. So decisions are made. Yep, the full card. Bye. I'm following the rabbit down the hole. See ya, wouldn't wanna be ya. So they do decide, that's when they decide it's over. Um, this has just shown me that, you know, and I feel like us seeing them interact in such a harsh way to someone else, it's like, this is what it looks like when we fight, and it was like there's this big, whoa, shocked feeling that comes in there. It's like, I didn't realize until you are standing outside looking in. It's like, "What? What?" They didn't see the rage, they didn't see all that's there, and they're like, "No, I can't do this anymore." So this is the Fool card, the beginning of a new beginning, energy. And we have the Justice card. So here is the clarity that comes in. Um, it's the relationship energy of Libra, but it's balanced. It's like, I see things clearly now, is what that is too. It's seeing things from that Ace of Swords. And then the Hierophant. Yeah, again, I see things from a bigger perspective in the five, the number of change. So, wow, four major arcana. So huge. Again, that is the energy of, that is the energy of significant, significant changes. Yep. And underneath the surface, we have the Queen of Swords. So this is the balance between head and heart, and all this balanced, it's and I feel like it's not emotional. It's balanced. It's some emotion, but it's very logical and thought out, and they're just like, "No, there's tears, there's, emotion. They're not cold, but they're like, but this is what needs to happen. It's not a extreme, it's a balanced emotion and mind and working things out kind of energy. I feel like the trip away for work, like the couple days after, gives them that time away from everyone to really sit with things after doing what she needs to do. But then that's she has her plan. Of course, she's been having her plan all along. Now that's what turns the switch on. It's like, there it is. Whoop, there it is. So interesting. Hopefully that resonates there. Let's see what else we got here. We'll grab a fortune cookie too. And anything else we need to add into all that? Anything else? As I'm putting the cards back in the deck here. That was a lot of cards. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see anything else when I'm looking around the living room. I feel like most people are in shock about the shove, because the shove, I feel like, takes them by surprise and is off balance, and I feel like maybe they fall over something or break something in their fall, and everyone's like, "Are you okay?" And they're just like, "Oh." That's I feel like that's why S gets in between, because I feel like, um, K is going into fight or flight, and she's like, we don't want this to turn into a murder, I want you out of jail." Let's see here. Yeah, we have the magic cauldron, which is transformation is brewing. Welcome change and growth. So that is what's happening, right? The transformation, and it brews, and it's been brewing, and it's done. Soup's on, and then we have the endings there, Interesting, interesting. Wow, 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 wow. But I just feel most people who were in the living room, us going that direction, were shocked because of them falling, and then even more shocked that they just heard mom cuss. They're like, "Ooh, ooh," all the siblings are like, "Oh god, that is not good." If you reach DEPCON whatever, is it the higher one? Anyway, the highest DEPCON 5 or whatever, it's like there's about to be nuclear war, and everyone is, what they used to teach us? No, it's if you're on fire, it's drop and roll. But it's like everyone's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna sit down over here and let's get the popcorn because it's about to unravel." But very interesting. All right. So that's what we have for that one, June. Thank you for your patience in getting to that. Many blessings to you. My. All right. So we are going to hear um go back to free readings here. So I've got here one, two, three, four from this morning session. I'll finish up and then I'll start on this evening's after that. Yeah, right. Yeah, that was really a big one there, June. I mean, it was like I could feel her like shock in a way of this realization that just how you know, but when it drops into your knowing, like when you know, and you're just like crystal clarity, whoosh, that comes in. You are welcome. Thank you for including us in this episode. Like, wow. Now, I can't promise that this won't end up coming out in a new TV series called Dallas too, or what was it? What was the other one that used to always be on back in the day? They had Dallas and there was another one. Yeah. Yeah, and it's good. And it's for them, and it's for P too, because I feel like, you know, they will realize I've got anger issues. I need to do something about here, right? Anger management. What was that? Wasn't there a movie called Anger Management and Jack Nichols? He was the therapist. Oh, and it was what's his name that does the Hanukkah song? It was him. I think it was called Anger Management. And it was, he was like, "Sing with me. I feel pretty, oh, so pretty." And they're like, "Come on, I'm not gonna sign off on your paperwork unless you do that." Yeah, Adam Sandler. And so they both were singing at the top of their lungs, "Thank you, hot, hot sun." And Jack Nicholson. You had said Nichols, right? Yeah, Jack Nicholson. Too funny. All right. Actually, I think I'm warm enough. Let me take this off here. Now we're gonna get into free readings. Let's go here. Dallas, Days of Our Lives. Oh, Dateline. I get you. There was another one. I think Alexis Carol. Dynasty. I was thinking of the one like she would say, "If you won't support me, I'll find new shareholders." I'm like, "Phew." All right. So thank you guys again for all your sense of humor and your patience in getting to all your readings here. So like I said, and then I've got, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've got 10 free readings from this evening session, and then 4 from this morning sessions that I haven't completed yet. I did complete 4 earlier today. Um, so we'll do that. All right. So let me just prep these real quick and we'll dive into these 4. And then we'll continue. All right. So cheers for the tea. Falcon Crest, yes, yes. I didn't watch them. My mom did, some of them, but they're just so dramatic. Who shot JR? We lived in Texas at the time, so my mom was really into Dallas. All right. So, Maria P, you are up, for your this is for your free reading this morning, so thanks for all your donations today too. So a general for you in love. Let's see what spirit has here for you. These, of course, go faster than donations because they're just 1 to 2 cards, just for everyone's info. So you got the 3 of Wands and the Queen of Wands. I love it. I like here that with your power of choice with love, you get to go whatever directions that you're wanting to go and head and make the decisions that you want to make too. And um, I like that this sense of you are not at the whim of someone else, that you get to decide what kind of relationship you want. No one else gets to decide that. You get to decide who you're with, what kind of relationship, what you do or don't do. And I love that. I love that sense of, yeah, I don't decide, well, I'll do this because when you step into our power and we allow ourselves to be us, we allow them to be them, then we get to choose. And it's a wonderful place. It's not done out of, you know, things we do out of love, not out of expectation and transaction. If you do this for me, I do this for you. We do what we want for us, and then we do things for them out of love without expectation. And then we live in gratitude. And I like that energy. And just a great reminder that you get to decide what kind of relationship you have, and you get to decide if a relationship is over or not. I love that. People are like, "I'm breaking up with you." Yeah, not this isn't about you, but they're showing me, like, a movie where people are like, "I'm breaking up with you." You're like, "No, you're not." And they're like, "Yes, I am." I'm like, "No, we're not broken up." "Yes, we are." "No, you're not. I get to decide if we're broken up or not." They're like, What?" But that's the kind of energy we have. We get to decide. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria P. Many blessings to you. All right. Sudeshna Ghosh, you are up. Here is for your free reading from this morning. Thank you again for your multiple donations today. And you want to know, how will your Christmas go? All right, let's take a look here. Go. We've got the 4 of Cups and the 7 of Cups. It's like the 4 of Cups is like kind of a stagnant, stable emotional energy. And then the 7 of Cups is a lot of different emotion. Um, and almost like it goes from really slow to suddenly a lot of emotion flowing here. And it doesn't feel like negative or anything like that or lower vibrational. It just feels like you go from like, all right, so this is kind of going to suddenly it's like a lot going on and a lot of different emotion, a lot of different people, and a lot of things. And I feel like what spirit is bringing in here is like, of course, your Christmas is gonna go exactly as you choose emotionally, because 'cause you're gonna be able to choose from any of these emotions that you want, and feeling emotion, I feel, is an important message for you. Just allow yourself to feel. You don't have to act on things, like, if you're like, "Brr," you don't have to, like, spike someone's food. But it's like, allow yourself to feel and reflect, not don't push down emotions. Just allow yourself to feel, knowing that every emotion is okay. There's no right or wrong, just different emotions that bring different things. But then it only takes 90 seconds for an emotion to go through your body, and that's it. So if you set a timer for 90 seconds, you feel an emotion, feel it for 90 seconds, and then it'll be gone when you're done. And then you just move on. Or you can look at, why did that trigger me? Also, feeling the love. I feel like you're going to have a lot of relatives around with the 7 of Cups. Um, And I feel like it'll be a different type of Christmas this year because you've grown so much since last Christmas, and that you're able to recognize emotion as it's rising, not as it's coming out of your mouth. Wah! And you're like, all right, I'm gonna step outside. Or yeah, this isn't I'm gonna feel this, but I'm not gonna act on it. I'm gonna find out what's going on inside of me, not I'm not blaming other people for my emotions. I'm taking ownership and I'm choosing love in a lot more places than I did before. So I feel like it's going to be different for you, but it's also going to be whatever you choose. And there's no wrong choice. But if you're not having a good time, then you can change that, right? As I say sometimes, Happy New Year, everybody. And if not, it's your own damn fault because we're the ones that choose our emotions. If I don't have a happy new year and I want a happy new year, then I need to change to make myself happy. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Right. And then Yarita, I think that might be how you spell it. I mean, say it. Uh, Gag. Yarita. Is it silent? I don't know. I'm probably murdering it. I'm just going to stop trying. There you go. Call you JD. So, will your ex come back? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will your ex come back? Let's see here. No. I know, it's such a bold statement, but you have the Tower card. They were removed out of your life on purpose for a purpose to make space for this, a marriage, a joyful marriage. So the Tower card is that card that people or things are removed to make space for something that's more in alignment with what our energy is and where we want to go in life and the path we want to go down. And so when you're looking at this, there is this, there's no doubt Tower, they were moved out of your life. So they're not coming back. Um, unless you don't want a joyful marriage. Because if you allow them to come back, if they ever did, I don't feel like they will, but if we did, then we're cheating ourselves out of that, right? The more time we spend focusing on the old, we're delaying us stepping into our joy. Because when our energy is focused on the loss, the X, we're not moving forward, we're standing still looking backward. When we're ready to go, you know what? Thank you for what we did have. I'm releasing you because you were moved out of my life for me. So now I'm going to turn around. I'm going to start headed this direction because that's where my joyful marriage is, not back there. Right. Short and sweet. And I love it. But that's what they have for you. And so many blessings to you. All right. Let's try this again. There we go. All right. And then we have Kazi. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. This is the last one from this morning, I believe. So, how is your financial life going? All right. So, based on current energies, let's see how it is and where it's going. How it is, there's a bit of balancing energy that's coming in. I feel like you're learning a lot here, gaining a lot of clarity around abundance, around finances, and your financial journey in our life. Um, so I feel like you've been learning, and part of that I feel is when you focus in on want and need, that tips the scales this way where we get more lack because that want and need means I'm not in this moment grateful for what I do have in my life. I'm looking at backwards. I'm looking at down to what I fear I'm not going to have enough. And I'm not looking at what I have and what I have had. I'm looking at what I don't have. And when we focus on what I don't have, then I get more of don't have, right? But when I switch my energy and I start focusing on gratitude, that's what helps draw it in. It helps balance the scales. Lack is replaced with gratitude. And the more gratitude we have, the more, it fills in more too. So I feel like that's what you're really learning here a lot. Yeah. And they have the Ace of Swords, which makes sense. I mean, this is, if you look at um, the Justice card, this Ace of Swords is the Ace of Swords. This is what brings clarity, the change of mindset, seeing things differently. You know, we're taught focus on lack, focus on what you, well, not focus on lack. We're taught focus on what you want, focus on what you need, focus on what's missing. And, but that brings in more missingness rather than, you know, we're taught say thank you, but we're not taught gratitude. Have gratitude. Be in this moment. Look at all the wonderful, amazing things that you have and that you have had. And that just opens up the conduit to receive more as well. So it's an important concept to change here and then bring it into here and then make it a daily practice. Um, doing like a journal, like a gratitude journal, where just once a day you write something that you're grateful for. Do it for 30 days. And if you want to do it more when you hit that, do it more. But doing it for 30 days changed so much of how I looked at life. And that's when gratitude journals were like overdone. And I'm like, really? Gratitude journal, Spirit? And they're like, there's a reason why everyone's doing it. And I'm like, really? Okay, I trust you. I'll do it. Gosh. And after 30 days, I was like, it changes your mindset because you learn to focus on what you grateful for around you instead of what's missing. And it felt so good. And it was changing things that I continued to do it. I'm like, I'm just going to do it until I feel like I don't need it anymore or I run out of things to be grateful for. I did like a gratitude journal for almost 5 months. And I stopped not because I ran out of things to be grateful for, but that gratitude became part of my nature that, you know, whatever we do the most, we become experts at. If I look for what's lacking, I can find lack and become an expert at finding lack in situations that no one else can find lack in. Or I can look in gratitude and I can find gratitude in anything that sometimes where people can't find gratitude because you can become an expert. Which one do you want to be an expert at, right? And do that. So that's what they have for you, Kazi. So thank you again for your patience in getting to your reading. That's from this morning. So those are the ones from this morning. And I had a couple more come in here. Let me do some shout outs and add just a couple more to the free readings. I'll add them on here. Since I've got about 10 here. So let's see here. So we've got Dick Shaw. Hello, hello. Good to see you. So love life guidance. I'll get you onto the free list here. And then Happy Pill. Hello. Good to see you. And I'll add you on to the list as well here. All right. So cheers, everybody. We'll jump into this evening's now free readings. Yum, yum, yum. Got my little mug warmer over here. So it's keeping my tea and my coffee hot. I'm like, that's one of the things I'm grateful for. I'm like, wow, who invented this? This is amazing. And why did it take me like 5 years to buy one since I moved here? Right. I'm like, huh, this is good. All right. Enough of that. We will jump in. So let me just prepare these real quick. It makes it go faster. Hope everyone's having an amazing evening. Can you believe it's Saturday night, Sunday morning to some of you on the other side of the world? My goodness. Thanks for the thumbs up too. If you're enjoying free readings, that's a way that you can show the channel and me some love. And it's free as well. So I appreciate you guys doing that. You are part of the love tsunami. You're helping spread the Zen love, and I am so grateful for that. It does help out the channel, helps me appear more in people's suggested videos, and then they find my podcast and other things, and they get to also glean from the love. So thank you guys as I throw cards all over the place. All right. So let's begin. So Cat Mia, that's right. Cat Mia will do at 344 even. It's easier to type. All right, there we go. So Cat Mia, thank you for your patience in getting to yours. So how can you get rid of, oh yeah, such dream that possess your body and make you paralyzed? You're sick of this. Well, see here from Spirit. There are dreams, and if this is not a scary dream, if there's like you have I forget what they call it, but you're locked. It's because you're off in the ethereal plane and your body's waking up before you're fully back in and conscious in your body. That's why you're paralyzed because your body has an we're back, kind of energy that there's. Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad I have people who have good memories. Thank you, hot sun. Sleep paralysis, right? Um, and so that is, a reason why it can happen. And so it doesn't have to be a bad thing, you know. Um, and it's we might think it's bad if we fear it, and so it but the more we look into it and the more you realize you can become, um, at peace with it, you know? I'll find out here, we'll pull cards here, what else spirit wants you to know around this. But, maybe your spirit's just always your soul's always running late. It goes off to visit and run around the ethereal doing the astral traveling, and then your body starts to wake up and you're like, "Oh crap, gotta go." That's why your body's like, "Hello, is anyone home?" So maybe looking at it with more humor instead of or joy instead of fear, you can be like, "Oh, okay, yeah," because you got the Four of Wands, which is joy and celebration. It's actually, um, you know, a sign of that you're astral traveling, and you got the Queen of Cups. Yeah, this is the managing your emotions. The Queen of Cups rules over the emotional suit and with the king, but all queens get a second portion of cups, which makes her the master of her emotions. And joy, the joy energy here of the Four of Wands, and that is, instead of fearing it and thinking it's something horrible, if I'm like, thank you, spirit, for allowing me to travel, allowing me to do these things. And if it is a paralyzing dream, like fear paralyzing, then this energy tells you before you go to sleep, instead of fearing, "I hope I don't have a dream like that. I hope I don't have a dream like that." Guess what happens? When you focus on that, you draw it to you instead of you can go and surround yourself with joy, a bubble of love, and know that you are unconditionally loved. You're never alone. You're supported by a great host of beings of unconditional love and light. They're in your dreams, they're around you in all of your realms. And you can just call out to them. And before you go to sleep, you can say, "Thank you for being with me." And we can start having gratitude for what kind of dreams have you had or no dreams. Like, I love nights where I don't feel like I don't dream at all and I sleep deeply. Thank you, Creator, for that. And you start in gratitude, gratitude. We move from fear and expanding that, and we instead invite in other things. Um, there's also, with this Queen of Cups and diving into the emotions, there's this good message of the dreams mean something. So if they're paralyzing from fear, then it's, important to kind of try to, I'm sure you probably remember them very clearly if they paralyze you. But when you wake up, write them down, write it out, get it out and say what happened in the dream. And then you can do some research, or if you want to send it to me, I can give you a dream interpretation. Because that's channeling. We just go, what is this for? Why is this coming in? Because sometimes they're trying to help us release an old fear, an old memory, a stuck emotion. So in our dream world is when our mind, our subconscious, and our spirit team can come in to help us transform things too. So I feel like that's like three different ways to look at those. And I feel like that's what spirit wants you to know right now. So hopefully that helps. If you do wanna send me your dream, if you do want a dream interpretation, my email's down in the description box of the video, and I'm happy to give you some insight. Alright, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. Alright, Dollface Diva, you are up. Let's grab yours here. And a general reading. Let's see what the spirit have for you right now. You've got the Chariot and the Hermit. Wow. Two major arcana. So there is a little bit of invitation here to step back and kind of out from the public for a little bit. Doesn't have to be full hermit mode, but it is making sure you're taking time to step back and reflect. Because this power of choice energy is about it's movement energy. It kind of represents like all four horses of the apocalypse, no, of the minor arcana, which is about movement and action in different areas of your life, but there's these choices to be made, and I feel like they're saying, "Step back and breathe, spend some time connecting," because every moment we're making choices of the story that we're putting on others, in the situation, the emotions we're choosing to feel, the energy we're choosing to feel, and then also the physical actions we're choosing, and all of those can be, rooted in there, that is coming in there, and so I feel like that's what they're wanting you to do, just kind of step back to get some clarity, around that, and the empowerment, the power of choice. Step back and know that and there's this independence energy with the hermit that I'm not at the whim of the outside world. The world just is. People just are. People just do things or don't do things, say things or don't say things. And they just are. They have no meaning until they get into here. Then when they get into here, that's where we put the story. That's where the trouble starts. We either have a lower vibration story or a higher vibration story, which the emotional soundtrack that comes with that is either lower vibrational emotion, higher vibrational emotion soundtrack. And then our energy either draws in more lower vibration or draws in more higher vibration. And our actions send out energy of lower or higher. And then the repercussions of all that. So I feel like it's an important time to step back and go, what kind of story do I want to create? What kind of emotion do I want to feel? What kind of energy do I want to put forward? And what kind of actions do I want to put out into the world? And I feel like that's what they have for you right now. So that's what they have, Doll Face Diva. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Happy Pill. Thank you for your donation. You have two questions. Yeah. So general, and then you want a career reading for your thing. Okay. Got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Helps keep me on the straight and narrow there. So let's grab this here. I'll put you on for the list here for the post pinned comment. All right, so Happy Pill. This is for your donation. And I will circle back around for the free reading here in a moment. You'll be the last one on the free readings right now. I don't think anyone else came in, right? Yeah, no. So let's give that a love and a like. Thank you for that. And career reading for the upcoming 6 months. Let's see how you're doing here. So we'll give you I feel like they want to give you a month by month, and it's like a play by play, but it's a month by month. So you've got those three and then these three. Very good. And underneath the surface, you got the Ace of Pentacles. That's good for a career reading because that's a new beginning, a new start kind of energy. Well, even under that, you've got the Ace of Swords, which is clarity and new beginning energy too that comes in there. So I like this coming in here for you because it does feel like if you're looking for something new, looking for something fulfilling and bringing in that fulfillment and that abundance, that during the 6 months you do have that come through. Month number 1, you do have the 5 of Cups. Yeah, it's like this is the good starting point. It's like we feel sorrow, we feel lower vibration emotion. I feel stagnant. I don't feel inspired. We feel that lower vibration because we're pulled into this feeling of existing, right? Whenever we have the lower vibration energy of something that's taken us in, it's rooted in fear somehow, which comes to, our small t truths rooted in fear are all these opinions we had growing up about what you should do, what you're supposed to do, have to do. We have this stress of I need to do this, or what are people going to think, or I've got myself with this belief system of success means dot dot dot, and if I don't have this, I'm a failure, right? So we're judging ourselves harshly, which brings us into this sorrow, this feeling of loss, this feeling of less than. And this is a good starting point because it's only up from here, right? Not uphill, but up. So I like this. I feel like the first month you do have transformation, you do see this, energy that comes in, um, and that awareness of, yeah, what does make me happy and what doesn't. So 5 is a number of change and transformation. So I feel like in the month, if you do that inner work and you look at it and go, what does my heart want? What would make me feel like I'm living, not existing? I feel like you'll get clarity for next steps. Month number 2, yep, you have the 2 of cups, emotional choice. You're like, I am going to choose. I get to choose how I feel about everything, right? So I feel like you step into your power, you realize, why do I feel that this has to happen for me to be happy? I can be happy no matter what. And that helps free too. I feel like the second month you gain a lot of clarity as you're thinking about all this, where you're like, I could be happy anywhere, doing anything if I chose, because my power of emotional choice is mine, right? So I get to choose. So if I could do anything and be happy with it, what would I want to do? And is it truly going to make my heart feel full? Again, emotional energy, pointing you to your heart for your career, not to your head, right? Because this will take us into expectations and opinion and existing. This takes us into living, right? Third month, you have the 7 of swords. Now we have the mind come in, but this is you're becoming aware and letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would cheat you out of opportunities, that would steal from you, deceive you. What of your own mindsets would deceive you? And you're realizing, yeah, all this stuff saying, if you do all this, you'll be happy. And you're like, but all these people have that and they're not happy. Why would I be any different from that? Again, it comes back to I get to choose to be happy or not. Has nothing to do with the outside world. It has to do with my power of me choosing my emotion. Things don't make me happy and things don't take away my happiness. My thoughts about the things are what impact whether I'm happy or not in the inside, because I have a belief that that is bad. That means I suck. That means then I feel bad and I feel sorrowful, right? Then we go back to that's what makes us feel like that, crying up against a wall with spilt cups. So I feel like the third month, the first 3 months are where you do your soul discovery, your heart discovery, and where you realize the mindsets that have been holding you back. Then you go into fourth month. Yeah, this is where I feel like I was gonna say, this is where then things start to change. You have the 10 of cups. You're feeling joy, you're finding your joy, the 10 of endings and beginnings. I feel like you make a transitional kind of change in your life in the fourth month where you're deciding, this is what would make me happy. This is what I would enjoy doing is a better way to say it. Because I can be happy doing anything, but this is what I would enjoy. This is where my heart is drawing me. This is where my excitement and my passion is taking me. So I love that. Then the fifth month, the 9 of wands. This is you stepping into your power. Where you felt blocks before, see how there's holding on to that ace of wands. And it used to be a block. It used to keep them back. Now they're empowered and they're stepping through. So I like that. So that's a breakthrough happens in month number 5 where you feel like what was held you back before, since you've looked at those things in your heart and your mind that were holding you back, there's freedom. You're moving forward and stepping in. So you have progress. And then the 6th month, here is you, the magician. You continue to manifest and you realize you have everything you need inside of you. You don't need more anything. You have everything you need. Now it's about expressing this. infinity symbol shows us that this is your higher self. Usually they have like a wand to the heavens and one hand to the ground. You're a conduit bringing this love in your heart, this energy into the world. How do you want to do that? And this is creation energy. Again, this is where I feel like the Ace of Swords is, you know, like kind of, or the Seven of Swords. You're getting the clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective instead of from the human fear perspective. And then you end up with doing something new, something exciting, something fruitful and abundant. Because when you're doing what you love, abundance rolls in. When you're doing something out of fear, we feel lack, right? So I feel like that's the big thing for the next 6 months in your career. We got a fortune cookie for you too. We'll grab that too. And of course, we'll circle back around here for your free reading here in a momentito. All right, we're just down to 3 cards here left in this wonderful, amazing deck, which is your breakthrough is coming, which it is coming. We have that actually in your cards, right? All right, this is the one they want. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, the risk is worth the reward. There you go. Stepping forward, right? Take a quick sip of tea here. Let me find the card here. There it is. Page 141. So the core message is you can't reach the stars by staying grounded. The key themes are boldness, leap of faith, expansion, brave choices, reward through risk, and growth outside the comfort zone. Woo. The message says big dreams come with big asks of your courage, your trust, your willingness to leap without certainty. This card is your cosmic nudge, your reminder that the life you crave lives beyond the comfort of what's familiar. You weren't made to stay grounded, you were made to rise. Every risk carries the possibility of failure, but it also carries the possibility of everything changing. What if this time it works? What if this time the reward is bigger than you imagined? The only way to know is to go. Let your vision be louder than your fear. Let desire lead you where logic won't, right? Desire, not logic, your heart. You love it. You can't make it up, and these cards reinforce what the messages that came through, right? And then we've got here your guidance says if you've been standing at the edge of a decision, hesitating to jump, this card is here to tell you the risk is real, but so is the reward. Fear will try to keep you tethered. It will whisper stories of what could go wrong, but underneath that fear lives your most expansive self, calling you to rise. No bold life was built on safe decisions alone. This is your moment to bet on you. Wow. Journaling prompts say, what risk have I been avoiding that my soul secretly craves? What's the worst that could happen? And what's the best that could happen? How would I move if I trusted that the reward is already on its way? Some good journaling prompts. Then you have an activation practice, which is a leap visualization. So, yeah, like leap into space, right? Close your eyes and picture yourself standing at the edge of a cliff, overlooking a vast, glowing sky full of stars, your dreams. See yourself leaping, soaring, reaching. Breathe into that moment of flight. Let the feeling of freedom replace the fear. Your affirmation is I am bold enough to take the leap. The reward is worth the risk, and I trust what's waiting on the other side. And then your final action step says identify one courageous action you've been putting off, applying, investing, starting, asking, and take one tangible step toward it today. You are not made for small moves. This is your moment to rise. I love that for you. What a great card to have for career. Step forward. You want to be an astronaut? It's funny because sometimes I say, when we're children, we have these childhood dreams, like, I want to be an astronaut. And they're like, oh, it takes so much to be an astronaut. Think of something more reasonable. Pop our little balloon. But this is like, possibilities are endless. What do you want to do? What would you want to do? Right. So I love that. So hopefully that helps. Happy pill. I like it for you. Many blessings. And of course, we'll circle back around here in a moment for your free reading as well. All right. So back to free readings. Up next, we've got Hot Sun. Hello, hello. Thank you again for all of your wonderful, what is it called? Being my wingman and explaining the things that I can't remember. So you'd like to know, what are D's feelings, intentions, and next actions towards you in the bottom of the deck? Hello. All right. Thanks for hanging out all this time. So what are D's feelings? And then we've got intentions. I'll give you an extra card for your wonderful wingmanness, and then we'll do next action separate. The bottom of the deck, wow. Well, we do have the Two of Cups. Energy here. Got it, got it, got it. We like that. So that's the underlying energy, of course. I know, right? So what are their feelings? We got the Three of Cups. So there is this joy energy, you know, there is joy energy here. Um, it's joy, celebration, belonging energy I'm picking up. And it can, third party, that's not this energy. I would get it very clear. And of course, there would be cards here that will clarify it if it is here when we're looking at intentions and next actions. Because when it's in the heart doesn't think about, you know, um, having multiple partners or whatever. That's the mind. The mind is the one that looks at our worth and going, oh, we need to have more. It's the heart. It's like, I love, I love, I love. It doesn't think like that. Um, but there is this energy here of, am I enough for you? Because the heart is like, I want you make my heart happy, but do I make your heart happy? I feel is that energy that's coming in here. It's like, you bring me joy and I feel joy and everything, but do I you? And that has to do more with their self-doubts, right? We'll see what comes in here because I feel like their brain is the one who whispers to the heart, but you may not be enough. And like, what? Quit picking on your little brother. Intentions, we've got the Emperor. They're still trying to figure it out. Intentions are, with the Emperor, it's like they're clearing the throne room, trying to get everyone out of their head and do that, right? Right? Well, yeah, you would think so. The heart definitely is, but also the brain is the one that wonders, am I enough for you? Right? And this emperor, this is their intentions. This is where their brain just the brain is the intentioner, right? It's like, well, I don't know. Got to decide what it is that I want. And when the mind is listening to all the other supposed to be, should be, need to be, it has an illusion of who they're supposed to be, who you're supposed to be, how the relationship is supposed to be. A lot of pressure, a lot of people yapping in the throne room, and they're like, everyone get out, please. Thank you for your opinions, but I gotta need silence to decide what it is I want. And then once I have that silence, I can decide, put a plan together, and take action. But I still feel like they're in that trying to figure it out energy. But this is the one that's slowing things down up here. Next actions, yeah, death. Death and rebirth, ending and beginning energy that's coming in here. And this is where I feel like this is where fight or flight is coming in with their mind. And I feel like it's not about ending like the relationship, but it is a that is one of their instincts is to run away because I'm gonna fail you and I don't wanna fail you. That's the last thing I wanna do. And that's that panic, right? That's the mind that kicks in. The heart's like, "No, no, I want them, don't you see? Don't you see? I want them," you know? But the mind's like, "But what if we fail? What if we find out we're unlovable? I can't recover from that." That's the belief. And that's where um and it is an ending in a way. It's like, I either need to poop or get off the pot, as they say. I feel like they're at a place where I can't have things going continue to just be where they're at. I either need to step forward or step away. There's not this isn't a place to look. I'm in the middle of a road and the light's about to turn green and cars are about to start going. I can't just stand here waiting and going, I don't know, this is where I'm gonna stand. It's like, you're gonna die. You either need to get on that side of the road or that side of the road. There's no standing in the middle anymore. Oh, no, and I feel like you get mixed messages because they don't know, and it's their fears. Sometimes people don't choose because they're not choosing us, right? And they're just like, "You're good for now, I'm waiting for someone else." But that doesn't feel like this. This feels like, I don't know what I want. I'm kinda being pulled between my head and my heart. That's why I feel confused. But I feel if we just continue to have fun and not have any expectations, those fear of failing expectations is what causes them to want to run and go to the back to that side of the street. But um, if you're looking at some entertainment for reading, I've been touting Mel Robbins' book, the Let Them Theory. It's a great book because there's so much about relationships in there too, and how to not feel like we're pushing or pulling, but influencing, and what we can do, to help influence and not come across as pushing or pulling someone, and just letting them be and letting us be and doing the things that we can do. And then there's some great questions and some great things in there too to decide, I is this am I in love with someone because I see their possibilities of who I could get them to be, you know, or am I could I be with them who they are right now for the rest of their lives kind of energy. It's like, huh. And then it talks about it, so I like that. Yeah, so I like that. So, and it doesn't mean that you tell them that either, because sometimes in here, we could have expectations, unspoken expectations, right? Like, what are they gonna do what I think they should be doing now, you know? And it's good to be aware of that if that's there. And if you don't have it there, praise baby Jesus, that you don't have that because then you can just let them be who they are, and it doesn't matter what they do because you don't have expectations of timing, um, you know, um, because that's an expectation that things need to happen in a certain amount of timing. um, they need to express themselves in a certain way, not say certain things, do things, not do some things. So, you know, we like that. Yeah, he definitely is hard on himself because those expectations that they feel they're fearing failing, they have on themselves, regardless if you have them or not. They were formed way before you ever met them, right? They're in their head. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now. Hot, hot sun. So thank you again. Many blessings to you. All right. We got Touch O Love. You are up. Let's grab yours here. Will Spirit say anything about the energy around Rex and yourself? Anything you need to be aware of coming up in the next 2 days? All right. You're very welcome, hot sun. All right. Energy around Rex. We've got the slowest night out of them all, the Knight of Pentacles. That's pretty much answers it, right? And the Nine of Cups, which is, you know, it's in this particular case, because sometimes it can be wish come true, blah, 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 but not here. The Nine of the Hermit with this, with the Knight of Pentacles, it just feels like things are going to be slow for you, slow between you and the energy is very slow, right? You already know that. It's just taking a very long time. And yeah, we can have, well, the situation and this and that, and it doesn't allow, but, you know, just remember that people tell us by their actions or non-actions, words or silence, how they feel about us. It's important to just do that and to be aware of it. Just eyes wide open, right? Don't need to defend anything. Just take the messages as they are, right? But the Nine of Cups is the hermit's journey, and it's about finding our self-love. That's where we look for the Ace of Cups that then just fills up and overflows the rest of our life. That's a big piece of what you're learning right now is that I don't need anything from anyone or anything in the outside world. I have everything I need in here, right? Everything I need inside of me. I have the eternal unconditional love of the high realms. That's what my soul and heart are hungry for. Um, and anything in the outside world's going to fall short until I find that on the inside. Once I find that on the inside, I'm full and overflowing. Then what everyone gives is above and beyond extra. So the world, if we experience lack in the outside world, it's because it is lacking till we fill up here. Once we fill up here, we feel like full and overflowing. Life outside becomes above and beyond extra and profit. It's like, wow, right? So I feel like the important thing is here is like this time of slowness, this time alone in a way, pocketed, imprisoned in solitary confinement is for you to be able to find that self-love. And then whatever unfolds from Rex is just above and beyond extra. It's not my sustenance and I fear losing it. It's I can always have more dessert. They're extra dessert. And I love that, right? So I feel like that's the energy that the spirit wants you to know right here. You're here. Hello, hello. All right. So that's what they have for you. Touch of love. So many blessings to you. All right, gotta take a sip here. My throat is getting dry. All right. So up next, we do have Gracie, and you're at 41754. There we go. And you want to know, what does Liam think of me? How does he see me? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, how do they see you? Now, something important Spirit wants just to remind us right now. When we're wondering what other people see us as or think about us, remember, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. Our thoughts and what we see of the world is a reflection back of ourselves. So when we ask, what do they think about me? We're going to find out a lot more really of how they think about themselves. And we see through the glasses of our own conditioning in our life. So we don't see the world clearly, none of us. So we don't see other people clearly. We don't see ourselves clearly. So just keep that in mind as we're looking at this, that this is just what they witness through their perception. Doesn't mean it's anywhere close to reality, but this is what they're seeing. All right. So what does he think of you? We have the judgment card. This is a seeing things from a higher perspective energy. It is a balancing of the scales energy a little bit. Um, And, the judgment card usually has like an angel calling forth people from the dead. It's the human self being kind of pointed to the heavens and going, this is who you really are. And so, in a way, their thoughts of you and how they perceive you is changing because I feel like they're learning and looking at you from a different perspective. Not that they looked at you in a bad way before or are looking at uh, you in a bad way, and that's not where they're heading to. I just feel like there's a lot of clarity, and I feel like they're seeing you differently. Like you're not like I thought you were. Like it kind of puts you maybe in a bucket of like, oh, you're like this, you're like these people, like that I've met before. But the more they're getting to know you, they're like, oh, you don't belong in there, huh? You don't belong in this one, you don't belong in this bucket either. They're like, "I don't have a bucket for you." And it's kind of intriguing a little bit. They're trying to figure out, "Who are you?" kind of energy in a intriguing way, like I said. How do they see you? We have the 4 of cups. And again, here's that, like, they thought, "Oh, you fit in that cup. Oh, no, you fit in that cup. Oh, no, you fit in that cup." And they're like, "Nope, that's me up in a tree. I am unique, I am different. You ain't normal." That's that's kind of a positive message. Are you an Aquarius? Because you would take that as a compliment. But it's like you're unlike anyone that I've met before, and I feel like they're intrigued and trying to figure out, and I feel like you are very authentic and you're true to yourself and you stand out. You don't worry about standing out from a crowd. Um, and it has made you stand out. So I feel like that's where they're looking at it. They haven't made a decision. They're just like, you're different. Not good, bad, worse, better. They're just you're different. And they're really trying to understand who you are. But you're intriguing, and I want to leave you with that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Gracie. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Maria M9. You are up. Here is for this one here. And you want to know, will you see David this month? All right. Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will you see David this month? There's possibilities. Temperance is more of a slow, you know, like be patient. That kind of is leaning towards a no, but it's like you never know because it's magic going back and forth and suddenly it can turn to gold. But it's leaning more here towards no. And the Two of Pentacles. There is this balancing energy that's coming in um with this here. And again, even temperance is a balancing energy. But it doesn't feel like this month. It just feels like, and especially with this Two of Pentacles, it feels like their life is out of balance and they're learning to balance their life right now. Like the poodle balancing on the little ball. It's like they're juggling a lot and they're trying to balance things out. So I feel like the energy of right now is leaning towards not this month. Um, so and that's what's coming through there. I don't feel like it's personal or anything. I just feel like they have got so much going on that they just don't have that um, place, that ability to have it right now. And I know I'm getting like that energy from my last relationship, which was I had this, they're trying to fit me in between the important things. And so, one, it made me realize I'm not a priority. I'm like, let me put all the important things on my calendar and then let me see where I can fit you in. Right. And it's like, oh, oh, I can't believe that. They've minimized me to that. But then the reflection of the mirror was I was trying to fit myself in between the important things in my life. I wasn't making me a priority. I was like, what are the most important things? I wasn't on that list either. So how could I be on someone else's important list if I wasn't important on my own? So some good awareness, if any of that resonates there for you. Right? So that's what they got for you there, Maria. Many blessings. Maria M9. I have a couple Marias. I got to make sure who has who, because we do have Maria P coming up here in a moment as well. All right. So, Livier Vagara, you are up. Let's grab that one here. I think were you here earlier too? No, it was earlier this morning. Okay. So, whoops. It helps if I put your timestamp into the chat, right? There you go. You want to ask energies for this coming new month. Pretty soon, I know, January, right? This new month. What are the energies? What do they want you to know? What energies? Got that. Got that here. So we've got the Seven of Pentacles and the Devil card. Yeah, it's a little bit of, um, and this is just one energy of many for the month, but the one I want to mention here is just anytime there's a slow energy, the Seven of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the, fruit tree is the fruit. There's also this, because it gives you time to think, and the Devil card is questioning a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs, especially around, I feel like, work and job here, because the Devil card is Saturn Capricorn energy, which rules over the 10th house of work. That's how I got there. Um, but there is the Seven of Pentacles is, at some point we can see fruit and go, this is not what I want. And we realize I was wanting that stuff because my mind and stories and conditioning and how I was raised and all this influence is like, this is what you should do. And so you did it and you're like, meh, it's good, but it's not bringing me life. And I feel like in January, you get a lot of clarity that comes in about what is it that I really want to do? I feel like you've been looking and you look and you get some bites here and there, for jobs and stuff, but they kind of fizzle here and there until you realize what it is that my heart wants to do, right? And we've talked about this probably a lot, right? But it's important to go, how is that? I think I gave you the website, I am sahararose.com. She has a book called Discovering Your Dharma. It's like discovering your purpose, which was a great book, but she has a free website with some quizzes on it that can help you kind of identify how you want to express your dream to the world. And it's a good reference if I haven't referenced that before. But I would encourage you to check that out. That's the kind of thing that you do is discovering, what it is and what you're wanting to, how you want to express it, kind of energy as well. Right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Exciting. That's one little energy for the month. All right, Maria P, you are up. Thank you for your donations today. And of course, your other free reading was here also, including your donations. Um, so you'll have like 3 entries here, I think. Yeah. So they'll be in the pinned comment when I'm done. If I put them all now, you'll be like, what? All right. So general for you and Wally is for today. All right. Nope, none of those. General for you and Wally. There we go. And this one here. So I went for spirit. You got the 6 of Cups and the 5 of Wands. Yeah, something to be aware of is any fear of people coming back from the past with the 6 of Cups brings the 5 of Wands, which is conflict, drama, fighting energy. This isn't that someone is, this is the fear of it. And this makes sense because 'cause they're bringing back here, like, them asking about Kay in your life and you wondering about their ex and anyone else I have to worry about. There's that energy of I fear, my energy draws in drama around it instead of going, "You know what? Instead of fearing and letting all that doubt and all that stuff, I'm going to focus on again gratitude and higher vibration. The 5 of Wands is changing the energy. Um, and it's interesting with the Six of Cups too. It's about past life energy, right? We're not going to focus on the energy with Wally because you guys have had past lives together, but you've had multiple lifetimes, multiple lovers, multiple experiences. And when we look at, if you like, I've lived 1,000 times, which is really, we've lived millions of different times and different expressions and different universes and everything else. We have so much, energy that's coming in. And I love this energy of just it puts things into perspective. Why do I let that bother me when I'm an eternal being? And this is one little blip of a relationship in my life and a very small blip in the all of my lifetimes, coming together. So I feel like that is what they want you to know right now. Hopefully that helps. That's what they have, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Ashvin. I can definitely do that. Sorry you're having trouble with your bank account. I don't know if you know, but during Halloween, you actually won a 15-minute personal recorded reading. I know, who would have thunk? So, if you would like that, all you need to do is email me. My email address is down in the description box. It's bradazen@gmail.com. Just say, "Hey, I'm claiming my 15-minute personal recorded reading," and I'll send you information on that. So, I'm glad I've been watching out for you. I have my little list of the people that I haven't heard from yet, and you were on it. So I was like, "Oh, we gotta make sure you know about it," because I know it's sometimes, not everyone catches all the announcements and everything with as much as we're inundated, uh, in this time. So I wanted to make sure as soon as I saw your name, and I will add you on here, a general for December, under the free reading list here too. We're getting towards the bottom here and the closing out of this session. So I'll get you on here though. There we go. All right. So up next, we do have Debbie O, Texas. We'll do at 4:32. Debbie O, good to see you, my Tex Zen friend. You might be asleep already. I know you're an hour later than me, and so it's 11:30 where you're at. So what's coming towards you, please? We'll take a look here. What do we have coming towards you, Debbie O? Debbie O. All right, we got this and we got this. All right. I love this restfulness that's coming in here. Not restlessness, but restfulness. The Four of Swords, you're clearing your mind from a lot of expectations. And you got this Eight of Cups energy too, where I feel like you're encountering some situations with friends, family, all sorts of people that you're realizing I'm different from other people. And it's a good thing to realize that not we're not all the same. We all look at things differently. We respond and react to things differently. We organize things differently. We express ourselves differently. And if you look at it, that we're all like aliens from different planets, all brought to one planet, and none of us are from the same planet. Like a billion. Oh, how many? We have 7 billion, like however many, 8, 9 billion planets. Uh, a alien was taken from each one and they're all brought to this planet, and here you guys are, and here we are as humanity. We all are different beings, and as we release the expectations that everyone is going to act and do the things the way I think I should do things, it's like, no, they're from a different planet, so why would I think they would do things? I'm going to release those expectations. I'm going to get curious on what planet are you from. Don't I encourage you not to ask that of people because that's gonna kind of probably irritate some. But inside your mind, you can go, I wonder what planet they're from, and just get curious about who they are, where they're coming from, not assuming that they're going to be the same being because they're not. They're from a different planet. So it's about getting curious about who they are. Because the Eight of Cups is about walking away from emotions that don't serve me anymore, those that are rooted. And when they did that, in my planet, that was rude, and that means you told me I sucked and that I am a failure. But on their planet, it was a compliment. We don't know. If you've ever watched Star Trek or any of those where they have an alien and them doing something is like, "Oh, so offensive," where from our standpoint, it's like, "No, that's like saying hi. You just flipped me off by waving at me." It's like, whoa. So there is this letting go of these emotions that don't serve anymore. And the realization that I expected them to be exactly like me. I'm not going to beat myself up about it. I didn't know. And they didn't know that I'm from a different planet than they are. And so there's like this release of that energy. And I feel like that's coming towards you here as you discover more, as you become more curious. And I feel like there's situations that are rising to help you be more curious, which comes through conflict sometimes when we have a disagreement with someone and we're like, why did they freak out? Why did they do what they did? What the heck? And then we're like, oh, I get it now. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings. Hang in there. All right. Tim Dilligem, you are up. Look at this 435, 55. All these fives, fives, fives. Are you in a mood of change? We'll see here. So thank you for all you guys' patience in getting to your readings. I'm very grateful. So we want to know, what does spirit wish you would work on for your own that you may be neglecting? All right. What's great is that spirit doesn't have any wishes on you to work on anything because they see you as perfect. That's the whole thing, right? Is that I don't have to become better or become anything else because we are perfect mountains, right? And we're coming down to wander around the perfect mountain of who we are as this little human and all the different expressions that we come visit our huge being of who we are. And so we come down to experience and to understand ourselves more. So we don't have to become anything more. We're just more discovering who we are. So I feel like what we'll ask, we'll kind of just adjust your question a little bit to ask spirit, what would make my adventure, um, or let's ask him, what would you recommend my next adventure be to give me some great viewpoints of who I am, right? I like that. You're like, that's not what I asked. But your spirit guides have hijacked your reading. Yay! I like it. See? So you got major. You're an air sign. Yeah, you're a Gemini, right? If I remember. Because you got the star card, Aquarius energy, the King of Swords, more air sign energy. So there's a lot of this getting out of the mind, changing the mindset, right? Because this is huge mental energy. But there's also this, and I bet you enjoyed this Gemini super full moon a couple days ago. Um, really seeing the two sides of things coming in here. But I feel like this has to do because the star card is also like dream come true. And with this King of Swords, it's discovering the difference between what does my mind feel my dream come true is, because that's influenced a lot by human opinion, right? Growing up, and what in my heart is saying that my dream come true is. And there's a big difference between the two. One feels like living and the other feels like existing. And the more we question our thoughts, which I know being a Gemini, I know being Aquarius, We can get into our head so easily into those thinking, and overthinking and overanalyzing. But, I feel like there is this stepping outside of ourselves, and I feel like one of the big things that you can look into being with this being your higher self and all this being the Ace of Swords is about connecting and seeing things from the higher perspective is gaining some clarity about who you are with your higher self, spending time communicating, whether that's automatic writing, if you've ever done that before, where you take a just a notepad and you just go, all right, higher self, what do you have to say to me? And you just start writing what comes. And in the beginning, it might feel like, oh, this is me, this is my ego. It doesn't matter. You just keep going and you allow it to flow. And then you're connecting to your higher self. And then you can go back and read what you wrote and you're like, whoa, that's not me. That's something like, whoa. And you just, it's learning to connect higher and higher. And I feel like that resonates really good with air signs because I enjoy doing that. And you can open up and ask, from the spirit world, anyone else want to talk to me? And who are you? Um, and of course, ground yourself in love and light. There are no really demons or whatever anyway, but um, like I channeled and talked to the higher self of the actor behind the character Hitler, and we see it differently because they're a being of unconditional love like we are, but they played a character here, just as we've played some pretty ominous characters in our past lives too. Um, and it's like, yeah, but we experience all sorts of things. So I feel like that is um, what you can look at because the energy of that I'm neglecting something is a judgment. And I feel like they're like having you step out of this good, better, right, wrong energy and realize there's no wrong choices. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes, but we don't have to do anything. We just are being, and in being, we are fulfilling our purpose for being here to experience, right? So that's what they got there for you. So many blessings, Tim. All right. Then we have Diksha. You are up. Grab your timestamp here. There we go. And you'd like love life guidance. All right. All right. So you've got, ooh, yay. I know. You got the Knight of Pentacles, which is the slowest moving knight out of them all. You're like, no kidding. It feels like we're going at snail's pace. And you also have the King of Wands. Now, what comes in here with the combination of these two, whenever we get like a slow card like the Knight of Pentacles or anything like that, it's giving you time to evaluate things. Because when I'm like, if I do what I've always done, I'm getting what I've always gotten. At some point, our soul goes, I'm kind of done repeating that all those times. I'm learned a lot, but now I'm ready for something different. It'll slow things down. So we stop drawing in things with whatever we're focusing on, and it kind of just slows the traffic. It's like we're shutting down the freeway. There's no movement, or very slow movement. It's like if you ever watch a movie and you put it on frame by frame, it's like instead of a regular movie, it's like it's not a movie, it's an unmovie. The King of Wands is about owning our energy, owning our energetic focus. And the guidance for love is with this particular area, I feel like the first thing to focus on is whatever I'm focusing on is what I grow and expand. And you would think, well, I'm focusing on love, that I want love, I need love, I'm afraid I won't find love. And that's what I'm focusing on. And it's like, well, That's what we're taught as humans. There's no judgment at all. It's just awareness that whatever I focus on is what I grow, and if I focus on that I want to be married, it's not the marriage that grows, it's the want that grows. If I feel like I need to be with someone and need marriage, then I've my need expands, not my receiving, my need, my want. It's lack energy, right? Same thing with fear. If I fear I won't be married, I am telling the universe, you know what I'd really like? What? To have more fear that I won't get married. All right, well, we'll keep it out further away so you have some more fear. All right, thank you. That's what our energy is doing, right? Because whatever we focus on, it's like going into a pastry shop and pointing out all the pastries that I hate. I'm going to end up with a box of pastries I hate. But if I point at all the pastries I love, I end up with a whole box of pastries I love. So, what do I focus on? What is it that I want? I want love, so I focus on gratitude for the love I have in my life. Doesn't have to be romantic, just the love I have in my life and the love I have had in my life, right? And if I haven't had any relationships of any kind or whatever, that's okay. We just focus on love. We can ask the creator, creator, you know what I'd like? What? I would like to be married. You've given it once. They have a great memory. You don't ask again. You just start focus on gratitude for the love in my life, even about what you other people's marriages. You know what I love, and I'm so grateful for their marriage, is that you basically are giving the creator going, "This is what I love about marriages, and I'm so grateful that these exist." They're like, "Thank you." You're putting in kinda your, um, preference list, you're pointing at the donuts you love, and they're like, "Oh, great. I'll load that up for you." So, I feel like that is what they want you to know right now as one step towards love. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Happy Pill, you are up. Here's your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Hey, Maria. General reading for the upcoming week. All right, let's see here. What do they want you to know about the upcoming week here? Got the Knight of Cups and the Five of Swords. All right. So, it's an interesting week with us coming up here, Happy Pill. Like, uh-oh, Bretta Zen used the word interesting. Let me take a sip of tea here. My throat's getting a little scratchy. Ooh, I think I need to turn that down. It was hot. All right. So, the Knight of Cups is like the quest for self-love because they're on the quest for the Ace of Cups. And this Knight of Cups is this movement of emotion, this movement of things coming through, and the Five of Swords is about conflict. And what I'm getting from this combo, the energy that's coming in is we learn a lot about our own self-love by the conflict we have in the outside world. So, I know, I'm so sorry, but it's for growth. Pain means growth, right? We heard that earlier, I think, Maria, right? Fear means growth, pain means growth. And that's what happens through it. We have through our growing pains, is how we experience our growth. And I feel like, it's for this week, the guidance they give is when you have a conflict, realize that it's here that the conflict is happening and that's just being projected out here. So when someone does something or doesn't do something, says something or doesn't say something, and we have a rah, that is for us. It's not a punishment. It's not a failure. It's not a slap in the face. It's ta-da! It's like a surprise, like a little, the dunk do 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 pop goes the weasel, right? Cha! It's like here it is. This has been below the surface, and now I've risen to let you know I'm down here so you can release me and free me so I won't continue to impact your life. I'm already impacting your life, they tell you, this little feeling down here. says, I'm already impacting your life. I'm just down here below the surface impacting you, and you have no idea until I rise from the surface. Then I can question and go, what is this trigger that's rooted in fear? What's down here? Oh, that's it. You get this release of this thing, this restrictiveness towards your self love. Then your self love rises. And as your self love rises, you're able to give and receive love to the outside world in different ways too. You're able to receive more because you can't receive anything that you don't already have for yourself on the inside. So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps. But that's what they got going on. But don't, it's like conflict isn't bad. It isn't a failure. It's growth and it's learning. So I like that. So many blessings to you. You are very welcome, Maria. I see another PayPal coming. Is this from you here? It is. So I got one more free reading to complete, and then I will jump to that one there. All right. So Ashvin, here is your timestamp for this. And I think I just got your email too, Ashvin. And this is for that. Let me just make sure here. All right. Yeah, very good. So I will reply to you there, and then we will complete your 15-minute personal credit reading that you won. All right. So general for December. What does Spirit want you to know here? And this one here. So you've got the 5 of Cups and the 9 of Wands. You know, it feels here that this is a breakthrough energy for December because the 9 of Wands can feel like, of course, like there's this fence that you've been trying to get through, and you can see that they are stepping through it. In the 5 of Cups, you can see this person has sorrow over the spilt cups, but there's the 2 of Cups up here, which is the power of emotional choice. So I feel like there's this barrier, and I'm getting this energy that you might have had like a really something that really just took your emotions to a deep depth of low vibration. Some sort of, if it was sorrow or fear, it's going to be fear rooted in fear. So it could be sorrow. I don't feel like anger. I feel like it's more, it just took, it made your heart drop like down to your toes. And it's been something that has kind of gnawed at you for a while, and you've been trying to get past it. Well, I feel this month in December, there's something that happens, a trigger, a transformation where you step into your power and it's almost like you decide, you know what? I'm going to choose a let's see, what is this? It's not a you're gonna choose a day of the mourning is over, like the mourning, mourn, when like crying or sorrow is over. We don't want to try spelling today. Um, because I'm reminded of an old movie. It's Dances with Wolves, and there's this um woman whose husband passed away, and the main character, Kevin Costner, is falling in love with her as he's spending time with her, but she's officially in mourning because she's a Native American and they have traditions like her husband was killed as a warrior, so she has to wait like a certain amount of moons before she can be um, available for love again, kind of thing. And they're hanging out and they're keeping the boundaries. They're honoring the morning, but there's a day that's set that this is it over. And on that day, she comes out instead of wearing the darker color, outfits. She's in bright, bright white, and she comes running and leaps into his arms and kisses him. And ta-da! But there's this. The whole thing of that is, I choose a date for the morning to be over, and in that decision, we're releasing that and choosing with our power of emotional choice. I'm no longer going to choose sorrow. I'm moving forward. And I feel like there's that kind of energy that's coming in here for you for this month. So hopefully that helps. All right. Many blessings to you. Oops, I totally didn't do that timestamp right, did I? All right. So I think that is all the free readings that I believe that I had for the morning and the evening. So I'm all done with those. I'm going to cut off because I'm at 5 hours almost. So I won't take any more free readings tonight. I'm going to complete Maria's donation. I will be back tomorrow, though, at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. And just a hint, if you guys don't know, I usually post my like the announcement, or I create the live stream like an hour, sometimes a half hour, sometimes an hour. Usually it's about an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, depends on what going on in the morning. Um, so once you see it, you can jump in and put your question in the chat. On Sundays, whatever I don't finish in my morning session, I always come back in the evening or the afternoon after I eat and rest and finish out everything if I don't finish it in the morning. So you will always definitely get a message on Sundays that I've been trying to get to everything lately. Um, Obviously, like right now. My sessions, we usually were 3 hours, but we've been going out of balance this weekend, and I'm okay with that. All right. So Maria P, 45509. Look at there. So thank you for your additional donation via the PayPal. All right. All right. So here we go. So emojis. Not texting. He did text a bit. So what's happening over there? What is that dragon up to? You're funny. All right, there we go. So what's happening over there? What's the dragon up to? Is he thinking of you? Anything he would like you to know? In general for you at work next week. All right. So, with all that messaging, so what's going on over there? I have the Fool card. Look at this new beginning energy, this ending, new beginning energy. It's not that they're restarting with them, it's that they're in the midst of like getting rid of expectations and bringing in possibilities in their life. Um, it's the beginning of my own adventure kind of energy. So I do feel like they're really working out a lot of details, really doing a lot of stuff. There's a lot going on over there, but it feels like an ending of a cycle, the beginning of something new. Not between them two, don't worry, but it's like they're reaching a new stage, a new ending an old cycle of their life and beginning a new one. It's a positive thing for them, but they are very busy and a lot of things going on, a lot of people around. So they're just not able to be fully engaged, right? And that's okay. That's about letting go of the expectations, right? The more we focus on what they're not doing, what do we get? More of the not doing, right? When we focus on gratitude for what they are doing, what do we get? More of that, right? I can hear you going, "Yay." All right. So, what's the dragon up to, right? Yeah, the dragon is the sun card is there. They are being this is fire, right? This is like breathing fire, but they're breathing enough fire like a sun. So they're very much demanding. They're like, this is who I am, this is what I want, this needs to get done, blah, 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 blah. Very much a lot of flame that's being done here. So they are barking orders, one demanding things. This is the way it needs to be. They're very stressed about Christmas and holidays and what people think and how things need to be, and this needs to be done, and this needs to be done. And so focusing a lot of the what's not happening, right? That's why they don't like that. They feel like they're being told what they're failing at, what they're not doing, instead of being told what they are grateful for, what they're doing, right? They're all focusing on burning, 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 not healing and lifting up, right? So, do you want to be like the dragon, or do you want to be a contrast to the dragon, right? You want to be someone who is, I'm uplifting you and showing you what you are doing and the great things I'm grateful for, I'm gonna communicate to you. Not, "You don't text. Are you everything okay? Why aren't you being who I want you to be?" That's what the sun fire energy, from the dragon is, and we don't want that, right? Or if you do, it's up to you. Um, is he thinking of you? The 7 of Wands, which is your kind of energy. You're a sun in a different way, right? You also are, "I'm me, I'm not gonna dim my light, I'm not gonna," so there is similarities. Um, there is something that they enjoy in fiery people. Maybe she's a fire sign too. You're like, "No, I don't wanna share my fire signness with her." But, you know, you also want to be true to your authentic self. You don't wanna dim your light, you wanna shine. They are the same way, but they are at an extreme that they don't consider other people's feelings. You do, but you still I feel like that's an important energy, and they are thinking about you with that because 'cause they're like they like seeing that type of fire that you are. So I like that comparison. They're like, "Here's this dragon that breathes fire, but here's this dragon that breathes fire," because you both breathe fire, right? But you do it in a way that helps. You help, like, light campfires and, you go around and use your fire for the good. They use their fire for destruction, right? That's funny. So they are thinking of you. They're seeing those differences. Anything that he would like you to know? The 3 of Wands. Yeah, that they are changing directions in their life here. Not, um, with you, but in their life that you know, they talk about, "I'm gonna go this way," but then, like, "I'm making some changes, I'm altering some things." And they'd like to tell you, but I feel like, when we talk about they don't share everything because when they do, you leap ahead and then they feel, "Oh," you know, it becomes, um an expectation instead of so if they tell you, "I'm gonna do this," you're like, "Oh, you're gonna do that?" And then they do it and they're like, "Oh, look, you did it. Good job. Check, check." If they don't tell you and then you do it and they're like, "Wow, look what you did." There's the difference of that energy. That's the way they feel it anyway, and that's why they don't tell you when they're gonna make changes because they feel inside of them that when they do, people expect it, and then it's just getting back to 0 instead of it being a surprise and being an abundant thing. So I feel like that's what they would want you to know. And then a general for you at work next week. Yeah, the 6 of Swords. There is leaving behind some old ways of thinking, some new communication, seeing things from a higher perspective, takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters. And I feel like for next week, what they're telling you here is to kind of be open minded. Go with the flow. Don't be restrictive. Don't be, "That's not the way it's supposed to be done." Go, "Oh, are we changing that from what we used to do? Just so I know for the future," not, "No, no, we don't do it that way." It's like, "Oh, was there an update I missed?" You know, and it's a different approach to it. It allows things to be less choppy and more flowy. So I like that for you. Your fortune cookie, you have Faye's favor. Beautiful. Says, "Trust in good fortune. Embrace the gifts the fairies offer." So I like this. This is that, again, focusing on gratitude, focusing on being thankful for what we're receiving, and we allows us to receive the gifts, right? So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps. All right, my dear, that's what they have for you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And thank you guys so much for all your patience in getting to your readings this evening. I will post a pinned comment here in a moment after I complete the stream. And if you haven't got into the drawing for the new moon drawing coming up on December 19th, which will be here before we know it, they come so fast. I have a giveaway every new moon and full moon so it's about every 2 weeks right now. for a chance of winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, whichever you prefer. So just check out that video. This is all in the description box of the video too. We always have most uh, the next upcoming giveaways listed in the current stream. So that's down there. And also, of course, all of my readings, my virtual, like live readings and recorded readings are on sale, and my hedges of peace and love are on sale from now all the way through to January 1st, through all New Year's Day. So if you want to check that out, all that's down in the description box as well. And if you haven't had enough of me today, I do have a podcast called The Easier Path. The playlist is down in the description box and on my main channel, but also here's the link to the most recent one if you want to check it out. We have stories from Bretta Zen, my own life experiences, so you can hear about the hell and the tribulations I've gone through in my life to whittle me down to the smooth river stone that I am. Whatever. But you talk about my stories and then from the human perspective, why humans do what they do, from a higher spiritual perspective. And then we get hints from spirit on how to make our path an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're interested, all that is free. It's all down in the description box. And as always, I'm so grateful to have you here on the path with me. And thank you for all your love, all your support, all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So it's a way you can show some love for the channel and for me. And I'm grateful for it. It's all free to do. Just have to click on the little like button. Um, and until I see you guys again, which I'm on tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, if you'd like to join me. But if not, until I see you again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Dream well. Probably getting influenced by the super full moon energy still. So enjoy your dream world. Maybe I'll meet you on the ethereal. We'll have a party up there in the ether. All right, everybody. Much love. We'll see you soon.